Hello, and welcome to this, our 147th live stream, celebrating 12,000 subscribers, we hope. Well, we did make that mark yesterday, and we're now at 12,008 subscribers. So we did make it. We've made it to the 12,000 mark. Woohoo! Okay, so that's another 1,000 milestone. So praise God for that. And again, we are here to basically take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible, like we do every week at this time. So, well, thank you, Haystack and Andrew Graham. So, Bubba Homeschool, 54 million to go. Let's go. We can always hope. Hope springs eternal. I don't think I'll ever be a Joel Osteen, though, okay? Just saying. Just saying. I'm not sure we have that broad appeal here. I don't think we ever want that broad appeal either. Okay. So with that said, we're going to start getting into the questions. And basically, the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. Should be no surprise to anyone on YouTube. That's just the way it works. We also take non-super chats, and if you do a non-super chat, we ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning of the question so that it knows it's directed to me. If without that Q and the colon, it might as well be invisible. So just keep that in mind. Second is don't repeat the question. So if you repeat the question, we consider that question spamming, and that disqualifies your question for the entire live stream. Okay? In which case you'll have to post it again next week. The third thing is, if it has to relate to, and this applies to both super chats and non-super chats, relates to a Bible verse or a word in a foreign language, we need a little context. We did run into a small problem with that last week, where we didn't get a context to some of the questions and we couldn't answer them. So that's real important. Context matters. So in the case of a Bible verse, we do need what book it's from, what chapter and verse. In the case of a foreign language, we need what language you think it's in, and basically what you think it means, just so we know what you're talking about. So with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. And we're going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. And the first question is going to come from Daduza Dude, who asks a very interesting philosophical question. If God exists outside of time, how would he experience time before creation? And the quick answer to this is he doesn't. There's no time outside of creation. Now, this is not something that exists in, say, this solution was first proposed by Augustine, who basically said, how does God interact with creation? And he said God sits outside of time. And modern physics really sort of has a similar view, whereas there's no time outside of creation, or basically the universe. It's just one of those things that's outside of the laws of physics. Because one of the things about time is it's joined at the hip with causation. If you have no causation, there's no time. So, how would God then interact with a universe when he is outside of time itself? And the way he does this is he inserts himself into the created order. And in inserting himself into the created order, he can affect time, events, causation. It's been often said that God is not an effect, he's a cause. So his relationship with the time-space continuum is one of being causation, not of being an effect. So he's never going to experience the effect of time, but he can directly manipulate time because he's bigger than time itself. So that's sort of how it works, is he's outside of time, he's not experiencing time, he can see all of time at once, all contingencies, all possibilities, and he knows which ones are going to take place. But he can only do that because he's at that vantage point of being outside of, say, the created order and outside the space-time continuum. Yes, God is a who. God is a person. So, yes, you're not wrong on that, Andrew Graham. He is a who, but he's also a who that is not in relationship to, who's not bound by the laws of time and space. He's the creator of the laws of time and space. So he creates the laws that are then part of the space-time continuum. Okay, so that's the quick answer to the question. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question, and very much appreciated. Yeah, long answer could fill library shelves. But we generally dedicate 3 minutes to questions, so... But still a great question. Okay, the next non-super chat here is from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. Yeah, I don't think we'll repeat and Japonis Rafe's comment here. This is a PG-13 show, so... Okay, so Let Me Explain asks, could you speak on the books of Jasher, particularly their reliability and any other concerns or interests? Okay, now, there's 2 books of Jasher, okay? There's the one that's referenced in the Bible, which is, let me see if I can find it here quickly. Of course I can't, so lovely. Yeah, in Joshua chapter 10, verse 13. And we'll just pull it here. So the sun stood still and the moon stopped until the nation avenged themselves of their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Jasher? Okay. Now, this book of Jasher is lost. We don't have any copies of it. It's completely lost to time. Now, the other book of Jasher is a medieval forgery. And it is knowingly a medieval forgery. It has no reliability at all. So anybody who sort of brings up the whole book of Jasher thing and goes, oh, wait, you got to read the book of Jasher here. It's a forgery. Scholars have known it's a forgery for centuries. So there's no question that there's a difference between the original book of Jasher and what's sometimes called pseudo-Jasher. And pseudo-Jasher is a forgery and a fake. So that's basically it in a nutshell here. So anyway, thank you very much for this question, and I hope that helped. And the third one here is from Ernie Stanley, and this is a question we do get from time to time. Does the practice of making icons and praying to the saints violate the command against necromancy in Deuteronomy 18:9-13? Let's look at that command first, and we'll discuss it. Deuteronomy 18:9-13. Bible here. And the text says, when you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, you shall not learn to imitate the detestable things of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through the fire one who uses divination, one who practices witchcraft. By the way, passing through the fire, that's a euphemism for child sacrifice. Or one who interprets omens, a sorcerer. Or one who casts a spell, or a medium, or a spiritist, or one who calls up the dead. For these, whoever does these things is detestable to the Lord. And because these detestable things, the Lord your God will drive them out before you. You shall be blameless before you, the Lord your God. Okay. Now, there's a few things we have to kind of understand here about what's meant by the practice of icons. It's not divination. What Deuteronomy 18 is talking about is essentially contacting the dead to predict the future. It's a form of divination. So that's really what it's talking about here in a specific sense. And while the Bible does say you are not to contact the dead, it's not that you can't contact the dead, but you're not supposed to do it. Now, that's the one side of the coin here. The other side of the coin is going to come from Matthew 22:32. And that's a very important counterpoint to this whole thing. Matthew 22. All right. And this is basically Jesus talking to the Sadducees here. And, basically, who didn't believe that there was a resurrection. And quote from here, from verse 32, where he quotes the Pentateuch, I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living. Okay? So, the idea here is those who are redeemed in Christ, whether one of the Old Testament patriarchs or a born-again Christian, is not dead, even though his body is dead. He's alive in Christ. So then, the contacting of the dead here in Deuteronomy 18 doesn't really apply. So the whole idea is when you make an icon and say pray to the saints, it's not, the intention is not that they're contacting a dead person, but you're contacting someone who's been redeemed in Christ and is alive in Christ. Okay? So that's the idea of it. Now, that's not to say that there isn't concerns with this. Okay? And I have two principal concerns with this. This whole idea of icons and praying to the saints. One is, you have to be pretty sure the person is redeemed in Christ. I've seen some icons of some questionable characters that I wouldn't think are redeemed in Christ. There's been some question of whether Cyril of Alexandria was really a Christian. So it's like, I've seen icons of Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Lenin. I'm pretty sure those two are not redeemed in Christ. Just saying. So just because someone made an icon of it... Hey, look, I've even seen an icon of Judas Iscariot. Okay? Okay, I'm pretty sure that Judas Iscariot was not redeemed to Christ. Just saying. So I think you have to be careful of what icons are really of those who are redeemed. Because you could accidentally be contacting the dead and not know it. So that is a danger of icons. The other factor I think is of concern with icons is its efficacy. Even if it's permitted, doesn't mean it has efficacy. What does it actually get you to pray to an icon? Now, I've heard the argument basically saying when you pray to a icon, it's like asking your spouse or your friends to pray for you. Well, if you think about the purpose of prayer, which is to conform your mind to the mind of God's, does that have efficacy with someone who's already passed to the great beyond? They're already conformed to the image of Christ. They don't need to change more for you. So that prayer, that idea of prayer as not just a vector of change, but an idea of influence starts working its way into that. And once you start having that idea of influence, using the saints to influence the decision of God, there's some kind of hinky theology behind that. So I think there's going to be a lot. I think there's a lot of reason to have concerns about, not so much the making of icons. I don't think the making of icons is an issue, but praying to the saints, I think, can have certain issues attached to it. But with that said, I don't think it's a huge. I don't think it's a big deal either. I just don't think it's all that efficacious. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, and I really appreciate it. Okay. Now we're on to the super chats. The first super chat here is from N. Japonis Conrafi for $2. Thank you for the super chat. And he goes, how do we identify temple dedication literature? Interesting question. I love the temple dedication genre. It's really interesting. It's also not a very big corpus either. Essentially, you can tell temple dedication, it's got some earmarks. It's got some identifiers that make it really stand out, okay? Now, the first thing is, it does have to be concerned the dedication of a temple, okay? That has to be somewhere in the text, okay? So, there is that. That's part of it. The second thing is that it's usually connected to an epoch in the distant past. So some notable event in the history of that's being related to, whether that's the erection of the temple of Baal, or say the building of the temple of Ishtar, or the building of the temple of the Lord. Or the Exodus. Sorry, the Exodus. It's tied into some important event. The third sort of earmark is that it has a numerological or idiomatic number of years between the new building and the epoch. And those years are almost to, I mean, I don't know one that's completely 100% an accurate count. Almost all of them are numerological. Whether it's 400, 480, 720, it's all numerological. So if you see those three things, the assignment of an epoch, it's dedicating a temple, and there's a numerological number of years, it's almost always going to be a temple dedication genre. Almost always. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And most of these inscriptions are not very big. We also should say that too. There's a couple that are quite large, like the 400-year stela of Seti I. Yeah, that one is quite a long piece of text, but most of them are fairly short, only about 4 to 6 lines. So they tend to be very, very short pieces of text overall. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. And next super chat here is also from N. Japonskan Rafi for $2. Thank you for the super chat. We need more Revelation symbolism made simple, please. Yes. Yes, we know. It is on the to-do list, okay? I have a script that I'm working on for this series. We kind of got bogged down with that one. When we started that series, what happened was I was then assigned to more hours at my day job, which was okay, that I couldn't continue doing that at the pace that I wanted to do it. Then, I went full time, and we now have the time to do it. The only problem now is, like, in the last, can I say it? Last 4 weeks, I've not been feeling well. So, doing something like that, we want to be very careful. We want to make it very good, very powerful, very methodical. But, when you're not feeling well, you just can't do more complicated stuff. This is the reason why we didn't get the Monday video out last week, is I was just not in tip-top shape. So, yeah. So we've had some setbacks, which have prevented us from getting more of these out. But we do very much want to do this one, and we do want to make it. Well, thank you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, meningitis is kind of a bummer. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. En Japonskan Rafe for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the value in knowing and comparing the similarities of the Bible and other ancient Near Eastern literature? Enuma Elish, Gilgamesh, Atrahasis, etc., for us as Christian believers specifically, not scholars. Oh, okay. Well, the first thing it does is it anchors the Bible in history. And not just history, but in a pool of ideas, in a mode of thought. This can actually be really, really helpful as we do our own Bible studies. As I say, not just for scholars, but also for the average lay Christian. If the average lay Christian opens up the Bible and says, okay, this is weird. Why is it in the Bible here? And you can find it in, say, some other piece of literature that can help explain it. That can be of an incredible benefit for lay Christians. So, that comparison of similarities, as long as it doesn't go too far, and that's the other thing, is you don't want to also get into parallelomania either, where you're just comparing things that have cosmetic similarities. I mean, real similarities. So there is a whole mode of thought and a religious, say, agenda behind all these pieces of literature that is being repurposed for the Bible. And that can help us to understand the Bible in more clear terms. Like, for example, without that literature, you could go really astray. Like, for example, like the whole, say, young earth creationist reading of Genesis is basically a reading of Genesis that's being done without any access to ancient Near Eastern context or literature. Whereas if you have that literature, you can see that what Genesis is talking about is the divisions of sacred space. So, Darkblade asks an interesting follow-up question here. How do I, someone who knows a whopping 0 ancient Near Eastern languages, do this? Translations. All this stuff is in translations. Context of Scripture has all of it in translations. Pritchard's Ancient Near Eastern Texts, I think it's called. And it's all translations. You can reference ancient Egyptian literature by Simpson. It's all translations. Almost all this now is in some sort of translations. I mean, even say the what's it called now? The treaties are all in translation. So there's a lot of the stuff that you can get now for really reasonable costs. That and you don't even have to know the languages for this. It's all in translations. You can also look up, say, works by, say, John Walton. He talks a lot about this, and he'll connect the dots for you. So you don't even have to go to the translations and do it on your own. There's people now that are writing about this. So, there's it's you can do it now. You can do it now, and it's more accessible now than it's ever been. So anyway, that's the benefit for Christians, is it helps you to understand what the Bible's actually driving at. And that, I think, is invaluable, even for the lay Christian, or maybe especially for the lay Christian. There's no, if you can just get to what the Bible is driving at sometimes, that can be of incredible assistance. Okay, so with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Boomer for €5. Thank you for the super chat. Passages about Amalek in the Old Testament are used by some to justify Israel's actions in Gaza, sometimes even calling out total war. Your thoughts? Okay, my thoughts are, I'm kind of going to take a nuanced position on this. I don't think it's a good use of the passages about Amalek to justify Israel's actions in Gaza. Okay? However, there is a point of comparison between Hamas's actions in Gaza and Amalek, which is one of the things that Amalek was accused of, was going after the weak, the stragglers, the elderly, basically the vulnerable people. Yeah, no, this is not a warrior group. These Amalek was were the thugs of their day. They went after the weak and the sick. I mean, it was disgusting what they did, which is why they went after non-combatants. Hamas, in its invasion, and it was an invasion, we have to remember, Hamas streamed over the Gaza border into Israeli territory and went after civilians. Went into people's homes, went into malls. They went after, they went after the weak and the elderly and the unarmed civilians. Okay, so in that respect, you can compare the actions of Hamas and Amalek. That's definitely a fair comparison. If you go after non-combatants and non-military targets, then you kind of get what you deserve. But at the same time, too, I don't think you need to justify this by quoting passages about Amalek. I don't think you need that at all. Common sense will tell you that anyone who goes after your civilians is fair game. I mean, all countries through all history have had the right to protect their borders against military incursions against citizens. This doesn't need any biblical justification at all. Not even the slightest ounce of biblical justification. This is just plain old common sense. So I don't think you need to reference Amalek to justify Israel's actions in Gaza. Not all. No, this was a coordinated invasion done across several border points. And then there's still the hostage situation there. But you can compare the two. Amalek is comparable to Hamas here. Same tactics, different millennia. So anyway, that's my opinion on this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Okay, the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, when will the feelings of, quote, not being good or holy enough or not being knowledgeable enough before Christ, end quote, go away? Is it wrong to feel this? All right, 2 questions. Is it wrong to feel this? No. When will it go away? Let's hope it never does. Okay? I'll tell you one thing about the Christian life. Maturity in Christ is the ever-growing dissatisfaction with your spiritual progress. Let me repeat that. Maturity in the Christian life is the ever-growing dissatisfaction with your spiritual progress. Now, let me tease this out a bit. When the early writings of Paul, he calls himself a super apostle. But you get to the end of his life, he calls himself the worst of sinners. That's a man who understands the seriousness of sin, how difficult it is to beat sin on your own, how hard it is to follow the path of discipleship. You don't ever get past this. And you never want to get past this. There's no point where you will ever get past being good or holy enough, because it's impossible. You can't be good enough. You can't be holy enough. This is why Christ did it for you. It's the complete work of Jesus Christ that makes up the difference. So those feelings will never go away. You just need to embrace them. You need to embrace them. You just keep trying to do better. But ultimately you're going to fail. Because we're fallen. We're sinful. We can't help it. It's part of our nature. So, yeah, it's not wrong to feel it. In fact, you should feel it. It means you're making progress. I mean, the Christians I worry about aren't the ones that are like this. The ones that are feeling not holy enough, not good enough, not knowledgeable enough. They're not the ones I worry about. The ones I worry about who think they've got it all together. The ones that think they are good enough, that they are holy enough, that they have all the knowledge they need. Those ones terrify me. And I do get them from time to time. I got one today who basically was sort of doing that sort of thing. And it's like, dude, you are messed up and you don't even know it. Yeah, though those people I think are in terrifying danger. So to not feel good enough, not to feel holy enough, not to feel knowledgeable enough, that means you're growing in maturity in Christ. That's a good thing. You want that. So it's not wrong to feel it. You will feel it, and at least if you're continuing to mature in Christ, you will feel this for the rest of your natural life. It might grow even a little worse. Jack Ray, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, in some ways, yeah. It is the spiritual equivalent of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Whereas, say, those who, feel most competent are the least competent. And those who feel the least competent are often the most competent. So, in the same way, those who feel the most knowledgeable, the most holy, the most good, they're usually not. They're usually train wrecks. And they're just like standing on a banana peel to apostasy. So, I don't worry about someone. If someone comes up to me and say, hey, I don't feel holy enough, good enough, or knowledgeable enough. Yeah, okay. I'm not worried about you, dude. I'm sorry. We're all wretched sinners in need of a savior. Worthless servants, every last one of us. So it's just like Jack Ray Osh Paradise. In a sense, yeah. Yeah, so basically, relax. Rest in Christ. He'll make the difference. Your righteousness comes from Christ's righteousness, not your own. So you'll never be good enough. You'll never be holy enough. And you'll probably not even be knowledgeable enough. That's good news. It means you're growing. Christians that growing in maturity are a premium at this point. So with that said, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat, but you're on the right track from the sounds of it. Okay, next super chat here is from Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. John 5, 1-9. Was there an actual angel who stirred, I believe he means the waters? Well, let's bring it up. And the answer to this might be a little disappointment. Let's get to it, and we'll just read the text quickly. After these things, there was a feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Now there was in Jerusalem by the sheep gate a pool, which is called in Hebrew Bethesda, having 5 porticos. In these lay a multitude of those who were sick, blind, lame, and withered. For an angel of the Lord went down at a certain seasons into the pool, stirred the water. Whoever then went first after the stirring of the water stepped in was made well from whatever disease with which he was afflicted. And a certain man was there who had 38 years. And I don't think we need to talk about this much more, because we got to the point here where we talked about the angel. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Was it an actual spiritual being called an angel that did this? We're not sure. Okay? Because the thing is here, it could also be a messenger. And this is one of those things because of the lexical range of the word angelos, which can mean the spiritual critter, the spirit critter called an angel, or it can be a messenger, as in the bubbling of the waters is the message to get in the pool. We're not sure. And most exegetes will be pretty honest about this one. We just don't know enough about what's happening at a spiritual level here to know which it is in this particular case. So with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. It could be an actual angel. It could be just a message that's being sent through the bubbling of the waters. We don't know. All right. Super chat is from getting here all the way up. Okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry for not giving the reference to Ittai last week. 2 Samuel 15:21. Well, there's that word that context matters. How'd you translate that? I've seen it as Yahweh is with me and companion. This one we're not sure again on this one here. Let's just read the passage quickly. 2 Samuel 15:21. And it's just a name. Okay? But Ittai answered the king and said, as the Lord lives, and as my Lord King lives, surely whatever my Lord may be, whether for death or for life, there also is your servant will be. Okay? Now, the word Ittai, the name, it's an aleph. It's in the Masoretic. It uses a an I vowel, and then you've got, say, the double T, and then it ends with a yod. Okay, we're not exactly sure what this means. Okay, companion or my companion is one possibility here, but we're not sure. It doesn't seem to have the full theophoric attribution here. So, I don't think Yahweh is with me is a proper translation. If it is, Yahweh here should be in brackets to indicate that it's not part of the name. So, yeah, it's only one tate with a Kametz Gadol. So it's the double T is just, it's a single T, tate. A single tate. With a dot in it. So it's essentially what it is. So, but again, we're not exactly sure. It's, my companion is a great translation of this. It's a perfectly acceptable translation. Is with me is another translation. It is a name. It is a name, though, ultimately. So, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. The next one here is from 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How would you translate Joseph? Genesis 39. Is it he increases or Yahweh increases? It's he increases. It's not a theophoric name. It is an imperfective name, but it doesn't have the Yahwistic element to this. So it's just he increases. So one's pretty straightforward. Again, we do find these these imperfective names all through Israelite culture. Technically, they're called Amoritic imperfective names. It's usually the imperfect form of a verb followed by a theophoric element. Now, in this particular case with Joseph, there's no theophoric element. So it's he increases. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one from 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Early Israelites were pantheistic? ? Not specifically. Now, there's some possibility that there were pantheistic elements in, say, that entered into Israelite religion after they entered into Egypt because of the Amarna period. The cult of the Aten was pantheistic. So there is some suggestion that the Israelites might have picked up pantheism through its contact with the Amarna period. And they were living in Avaris during the Amarna period. So there is some suggestion that they might have participated in the Aten cult in some, say, tangential way and maybe picked up a bit of pantheism from that. Prior to the Amarna period, they seem to have been more henotheistic than pantheistic. Now, the difference here is in the case of henotheism, you got multiple gods, but you were all your worship to one of them. Pantheism is the idea that everything's God. God is everything. Okay? So, you didn't find a lot of pantheism in the ancient Near East anyway. The only a cult that I can think of that really sort of stands out as pantheistic, say, west of Elam, is Atonism. That's the only one that really stands out to me. So, but it's I don't think the early Israelites were especially pantheistic, although they probably had some elements of that thanks to their interaction with the Aten cult. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, I should add too that basically once they had their covenant at Sinai, most of those pantheistic elements did collapse into monotheism. That's one of the things we have to point out too, is that pantheism and henotheism, when you introduce the idea of transcendent deity, they collapse into monotheism. So once you have that idea of transcendence enter into a religion, pantheistic and henotheistic elements sort of are flipped. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries again for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. The best thing I've found so far, based on what's offered and proximity to me, is Knox Seminary's language certificate. But the most I get there is 3 semesters each language. What do you advise? I'd advise a full MDiv program. Honestly, one that really is going to make you do the languages. And they're out there. There's lots of them that do this. If you go to Dallas Theological Seminary, I don't know where Knox Seminary is, so I don't know exactly what's in your area. But a full seminary MDiv program should give you the full range of languages, at least if it's any good. So I wouldn't go with a certificate program. Certificate programs aren't real degrees, so I'd sort of stay away from certificate programs anyway. Deacon said autodidactic is possible. I wouldn't do that either. Not with languages. I mean, maybe after you pick up 2 or 3 languages, you can go the autodidact route, but some of this stuff is really, really difficult and really obscure without proper language training. Yeah, you could learn the first year of Greek, the first 2 semesters of Greek on your own. That's possible. The next 4, no. You're not going to learn the next 4 on your own. Whereas I think in the case of Hebrew, it's kind of flipped. Your first 2 semesters of Hebrew are actually almost impossible to learn on your own, but the last 2 are much easier to learn on your own. So, I really think that it's one of those things that there's limits to being an autodidact. There's just some languages you just need that classroom discipline and training to do. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I totally agree with you, Warrior the Most High. He goes, yes, it's been 5 years and I'm still learning beginner out of Greek. Roundy face. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But yeah, if you want to be competent at Greek, you need to do it at an institution. It just isn't going to cut it to do it at a to try to learn it on your own. But Tui adds to this. Too many amateur mistakes get propagated by autodidacts, and I would definitely agree with that, both in languages and linguistics. I at least had tutoring from a prof when I did self-learning of Ugaritic. Yeah, I would agree that if you are going to do this, you will avoid a lot of mistakes by doing it the traditional way. Autodidacts, the problem with autodidacts, and Patui's right here, is you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know if you're doing it wrong. And it can be really wrong, and you don't even know it's really wrong. In Egyptology, you get a lot of people who teach themselves Middle Egyptian using the textbook Budge. Budge's Middle Egyptian textbook. And it's a terrible textbook. Full of mistakes, full of archaic transliterations. And people who try to learn Egyptian using it don't know how wrong it is. So, absolutely, I'd stay away from the autodidact route in most cases when you're learning a new language. Especially one where the language family is not familiar with, you're not familiar with. If it's a language family you have some familiarity with, like, for example, if you already say know Akkadian and you know Hebrew, okay, you might be able to pick up Ugaritic on your own. That's possible. But because you've already got two Semitic languages that you can say, okay, it's like this language or it's like that language. You got a frame of reference to hang the new language on. But when you're starting off from scratch and you're saying, okay, I don't know any Semitic languages, but I'm going to teach myself Hebrew. Good luck. Whoa. Warrior from Most High. For me, Sanskrit to added Greek. Oh. Well, they're both technically Indo-European languages, but they're almost nothing alike. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone that route either. Sorry. Okay. Oh, that was fun. So with that said, let's get to the next super chat here. Next super chat from 18 Ministries for $4.99. Can you host a poll to see if who'd be down to raise $50,000 for the 24-hour live stream? This may be GoFundMe worthy. Well, I mean, I already have one GoFundMe campaign going, so I don't think I can start another one. With that said, I think I will leave it to others to fundraise that if they really, really want that. Yeah, if we were better at fundraising, we wouldn't be doing this here. It's just like, yeah, no. If you want this, you got to do it on your own, dude. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And it has amazed me how much you have been able to put together already. We'll get to that in a moment. 18 Ministries again for $4.99. Thank you for that super chat. Any updates on the trip to Egypt? When is the brochure coming out? When can we get info on payment deadlines and such? Great question and very timely. And we got an excellent answer for this one. They sent me the rough draft or the proofs for the brochure today. And it looks fantastic. As soon as I get it in PDF or links to it, I will post it. Yeah, it's moving ahead. And it's moving ahead at a very fast pace. So, yes, it's going ahead. All the dates will be, and the prices and the deadlines will be on the brochure. So it's ready. It's virtually ready to go. So as soon as he gives me the final sort of output of that, I hope to have it up this week. If he gets back to me this week with the PDF, I will post it on, say, one of the I'll post it on our Patreon account. I'll also post it on our YouTube as well. So just in the community chat to see if so that everyone has the information. But yeah, this is looking really good. It's looking really exciting and really great. So we've already had some people express an interest in this, so I'm very much looking forward to getting this out. So people have a chance to participate. It's going to be a great trip. Great trip. I'm really excited about this. So, and the brochure looks really good. It's really a sweet looking brochure. Okay, so with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And that's the update. I gave the thumbs up to the proofs, and we should have a brochure shortly. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did ancient pagans sing hymns? The answer to this is yes, they did. There was a pagan hymnody. And we don't know much about it because not a lot of them have survived, but we do know that some, like for example, Egyptian hymns did survive. Like for example, what's sometimes called, say, the hymn to the Aten, was actually a hymn. It was set to music. So there were various hymns that did survive from the pagan world. Pagans did sing, and they did sing religious songs, which you might as well call hymns. And a few have survived through various papyri, scraps, etc., to the present. So, absolutely, they did sing hymns. These were basically, as I say, religious songs set to music. Often the timbrel, the sistrum, the lyre, drums. These were the typical instruments that were used when they sang. So anyway, absolutely 100%. And interestingly enough, they adapted the hymns of other religions as well. So we know that also. That there's even like one psalm that they adapted to, say, Horus, and would sing that. So, intertextuality was a thing amongst hymnody as well. So, very interesting how these sorts of ideas of, say, religious songs sort of superimposed and were borrowed by various religious groups from each other. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99. This is the weekly reminder. Also, I'm surprised you all are shocked. I'm doing this when I said I was very serious. I thought I was taking too long, laugh out loud. Okay, I mean, I sympathize with this so much. I remember when I did my PhD, I told my advisor at the time that I would have my dissertation, the rough draft, done in 2 years. 2 years. And he better get me a external examiner, because I'd be done in 2 years. And so I'm done in 2 years. And he's shocked. He's absolutely shocked. I said, that I turned it in. I turned it in 2 years. And it's like, okay. And it's like, he didn't believe me. He said to me, well, everyone says it. No one actually does it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I got told to socialize more because I was going too fast. I mean, there was a requirement. I set records at the school for the speed of my writing. Like for example, there was one of the things about the school was they had a writing requirement. You had to do something like 10,000 words of your dissertation written, prior to your first year being finished. And I was already 30,000 in. had a paper published and done a conference, and I talked to my advisor, who's different than say your thesis advisor. Your academic advisor and your thesis advisor were different. The academic advisor goes, why are you even in my office? He goes, you've long since passed that requirement. It's like, why are you even here? Stop wasting my time. Go to the pub or something. Let me deal with the students who aren't doing it. Yeah. You research and you write, and you set yourself to a writing schedule, and that's how I did it. Was, I had discovered very early on that if I write 380 words a day, I can get a book done in a year easily. That doesn't take long to do. Now, when I start getting writing, I usually end up doing more than 384 words. Like I'll sometimes do like 1,300, 2,000. And, in some ways I have a problem keeping up with my editing because I'm too busy writing. And my thesis advisor in Liverpool said, I wish I could discipline myself to form that habit of writing. And once you get into that habit, you just don't stop. It just sort of becomes a compulsive thing where you just keep writing and writing and writing and writing and writing and writing. But very few people actually do it. So when AT Ministries series was said he was serious about raising the $2,500 for me to do the review of Assassin's Creed Origins, is like, yeah, okay, everyone says they're going to do it. Nobody actually does it. So... Yeah. So, it's one of those things where it's very... Yeah, I mean, if he's serious, we'll do it. I mean, we'll honor it, definitely. But again, a lot of people say it. Very few people do it. So, yeah, okay. We will go good for it if it comes into our PayPal account, we'll go for it. We'll go good for it. Okay, so no, Jack Ray, not automatic writing like it's automatic. Those are different things, Jack. Jamie Russell says 380. Actually, 384 is what we said it at. I said it at. It's not just an arbitrary number. Times 30 days is 11,400 words. Yeah. But a book is between, say 50 and 80,000 words. So, doesn't take long, like a half a year to put together enough to have a publishable book. So yeah, if you're writing at that pace, it goes quickly. You write so fast it's almost automatic. Automatic writing. Yeah, no. That's a different thing. Tui said, I found out I did my best writing in a really foul mood. And I did my best writing when it came back down to best editing when I came back down to a chill mood. But my word output was anywhere from one sentence to one page. Yeah. I guess I got into the habit very early on of that sort of discipline of writing a certain quota. And I found that when I wrote a certain quota of words, the quality was pretty consistent. It was consistent from, say, page to page. On some days, you write that 384 and you're just not in the zone, and it doesn't work well and doesn't flow right and it doesn't sound right. And you end up having to get rid of it in editing, and that's fine. There's other days, though, when you do, say, 2,000 words, and it just writes itself, and you go, wow, this is good stuff. So it depends. It really does depend. But I usually, I mean, I almost every day hit that 384 mark. There's very, very, very few days I don't hit that 384 mark. But again, that's disciplined writing. Okay, let's get the super chats here. Yeah. My producer here points out too that almost every writer's workshop will also tell you it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Just write. The quality will sort itself out. You know, sometimes you will have to be in that position where you have to get a whole lot of junk out of your system to get there. And that's okay. That's perfectly acceptable. So, okay, the next super chat here from AT Ministries for $19.99. When Jesus said, "Sell your cloak and buy a sword," people have said that the word Machiron doesn't mean a sword for combat, but as a tool, as a rebuttal to Christianity allowing violence, even self-defense. Is that accurate? No, not accurate. A Machiron is a short sword. It is a defensive weapon. It is definitely a weapon. It's not a tool. You wouldn't want to take a Machiron out and start like hacking things like trees. Just, it's not a tool. Not a tool. Now, sometimes soldiers did use their issued weapons as tools. That did happen. But they're really tools of warfare. And in the case of a Machiron, we're talking here a short sword, essentially. So they're defensive weapons. So if we were talking, say, like, for example, in feudal Japan, this would be the equivalent of your wakizashi. Okay? Not your katana or your daito, which are, say, weapons of war as such, but essentially a small sidearm to defend yourself in the event that you're being attacked by thieves. Okay? So I don't think it's a good to say this is just a tool. It's not a tool. I mean, it doesn't even make sense contextually. It doesn't even make sense contextually, where Christ tells his disciples to go out, sell their cloak, a perfectly good cloak that they're going to need to sleep at night in. Okay? And if they had two, one would be a pillow. Yes. And buy a tool. Yeah. Why would they need a tool when they have a cloak and they want Christ to tell them, oh yeah, sell your cloak. If you got two cloaks, go sell one, buy a tool. Buy a screwdriver. You never know when you need to secure a bolt. You know, you never know when you need a screw. Why would you need a cloak when you're traveling? I mean, it's. You're not going. Mechanique. Too short to be made into a plowshare. Yep. Yes, it is. In fact, oh yeah, wakizashi is basically a mini katana, right? Yeah, well, yeah. There's actually several lengths of, say, Japanese swords, as it were. Even a tanto, which is just, say, a knife, is considered to be in that sort of class of what's called nihanto, Japanese swords. Okay, so it basically goes up in length as you start with the tanto, go the wakizashi, and then then it's called the o katana, and then the katana, and and the daikatana, and then the daito. And they vary in length and purpose, but they're also, all those are classified as Nihanto. Okay? So, a Shokatana, sorry, not Okatana, Shokatana. Shokatana. Gotta get my weapons right. Yeah, warrior the most high, Dai Katana, big katana, yes. Shokatana is a short katana. Now, whether or not Shokatana and Wakizashi are very similar in length, they're only off by a couple inches. So, yeah. So, the Machiron, Machiron is essentially a short sword. It's essentially a short sword. So, again, that would be. I don't think, as I said, it doesn't even make sense contextually. It doesn't even make sense contextually to say it's a tool. It's wishful thinking, yeah. It's wishful thinking. It's sort of the thinking of, well, I've got a ideological bent. I got an ideology to an axe to grind, an ideological axe to grind. So I want to make this word have the meaning I want it to mean, so I can grind my ideological axe. So, yeah, I don't buy it for a moment, honestly. There was a couple contents here. Darkblade. The only kanji I'm certain old that's in this list is to. So that's the word for sword. Okay. All right. We could be getting some lag. Let me just check our stats here. No, our stats are pretty good at the moment. We're not getting any lag. Jack Ray says is reporting getting lag. We are actually have had no packet drops tonight and no lag, so we shouldn't be getting any lag here so far. Okay. All right, so let's get back to the super chats here. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Did the Israelites cause the Bronze Age collapse? No, they didn't, but they certainly benefited from it. They didn't cause the Bronze Age collapse. It was already collapsing at the time the Israelites entered into the Promised Land. One of the things about the Bronze Age collapse that we have to sort of keep in mind is that even though it's sort of 1184 is what Eric Klein pegs the year to be, despite the title of his book, it had already been happening. The start of the Bronze Age collapse had begun centuries before and continued centuries after. Okay? So the Israelites were not in any way the cause, because they're establishing themselves in the Promised Land in the 1220s, 1210s BC. Already the Hittite Empire was going through famine. It was already being plagued by the Sea Peoples on their western coast. It was having a lot of internal problems. They were having plague. It was not a good time to be a Hittite. So there's a lot of things that predicated the Bronze Age collapse, but the Israelites does not seem to be one of them. The Israelites occupying the Promised Land was maybe a symptom of the Bronze Age collapse, but it wasn't the cause. Just like the Philistines, when they entered into the coastal plain, It was a symptom, not a cause. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. He asks, where's the first alphabet from? Okay. Oh, that's a great question. We know where the oldest alphabet that we know of currently is from, which is Syria. There was Christopher Rolston did some work at a tomb, an early Bronze Age tomb at El Mara, and that dated to about 2300 BC. So that's the earliest alphabetic text that we have right now is El Mara, and it's early Bronze Age. It's definitely alphabetic. And it was found on some potsherds and a tomb in Syria. So, we don't know if it's we know it's an alphabet because it's using an alphabetic script. We don't have it deciphered though. Okay, that's the other thing though. It's not deciphered. It's not hieroglyphic. It is definitely alphabetic. And how can you tell if it's alphabetic? The number of symbols that repeats is higher of incidence in alphabetic text than in a hieroglyphic text. So in a hieroglyphic text, you get very few repeats in a set of texts. So in something like, say, Egyptian hieroglyphic or Luwian or even Chinese, you read a string of text and you see different symbols all the way along. If your character set, however, is limited to, say, less than, say, 50 characters, you're probably dealing with an alphabetic text of some kind. So, there's no doubt that the text from El Mara is an alphabetic text. We don't have it deciphered, but it is alphabetic. So, that one you can just tell just because of the occurrence of glyphs and their frequency of occurrence. Okay, so with that said, I hope that helped. Thank you much for the super chat, very much appreciated. As I said, early Bronze Age, El Mara, Syria, and it was found in a tomb in C2. And it doesn't get better than that. So, thank you very much for the super chat, very much appreciated. Yeah, in C2, it's magic. All right. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thoughts on Benjamin Sommer's Many Faces of God? Haven't read it. And I don't recommend books I haven't read. Don't know. I have not read it. I've heard a few comments on it, and we might look it up and I might read it, but I haven't read it per se. So I can't comment on it because I haven't read it. So anyway, sorry about that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, though. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Oh, boy. What is the biblical understanding of free will, faith, and predestination? So have you got a 40-hour semester class to tease this out? Whoa. Boy, where do you even begin on this one? Each one of these is a subject all on its own. I mean, when you talk about, say, the whole idea of, say, free will, you know, or say soteriology in as relations to free will. I mean, you're talking a huge subject. You know, you could be talking about Calvinism or Arminianism or Molinism. You know, are you talking free will as in say what's it called now? Determinism or compatibilism? You know, there's all sorts of things here that come into this. You know, faith, even faith has its own loadedness. Are you talking about a biblical faith, or are you talking about a modern redefinition of it? Where in, say, a biblical faith, you're talking about, say, the whole combination of intellectual assent, trust, and fidelity. So there's even aspects of faith that are not clear cut. And what does it mean to have a saving faith? So that too has its own implications. And then we get into the predestination thing. And what does it even mean by predestination? Is it predestined those who had already come to faith? Or is it predestination through, say, selection? Election, as it were. So, these are vast subjects all on their own. And frankly, these are questions that are almost better answered by a systematician than, say, a ancient Near Eastern specialist. But yeah, this question's way too broad. So, I don't even know where to begin with this one. Even though I already have, apparently. I mean, I've already talked for like 4 or 5 minutes on it. So, I think we gave it its due, okay? Specificity would help, really. The broader the question, the less likely you're going to get a satisfactory answer, essentially. The more focused a question is, the better I can comment on it. Okay? So that's just a general rule here. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries from 199. Thank you for the super chat. How did the Philistines attack Israel with the swamp? Okay. It's because of where the Philistine cities were located. There was, you have the Philistines on the coastal plain, but they were also on the west side of the Shephelah Valley. And I wish I had, do I still have that map here from last week? And I'll just make another one. All right, we'll make another map here so we can explain where the Philistines were. So, make a quick map of... Okay, so we have the plain, and then swamp, Shephelah Valley, and then down to the Dead Sea. Okay. There's our profile of Israel. Here we got the Mediterranean Ocean. Here we got the coastal plain. Here we got the swamp. Here we got the Shephelah Valley, the Judean foothills, and the Jordan Valley. Okay. You had, this is the Shephelah Valley. It was an agricultural valley. You had Philistine cities here and on the coastal plain. That's where you had the Philistine cities. You had Israelite cities over here and over there. Okay? And they're all fighting over that spot. Because what would happen is when the rains came and broke down the soil, it would all collect in that valley. And that was very good agricultural land. So, so that's what would happen with that, is that you have Philistines on the western half of the Shephelah Valley, and you had Israelites on the eastern hills of the Shephelah Valley. And they're both fighting for the land between the cities. And it's really interesting when you see ancient maps, or basically the archaeological maps. You've got an Israelite city on one side. Almost directly opposite to it, on the other side of the valley, is also a Philistine city. Almost the entire scope of the wars that Saul fought and David fought was over the Shephelah Valley. That was the entire sort of basically the contest was in that valley on the eastern side of the swamp. Okay. So the Philistines were already established in the Shephelah Valley on the western side. So they didn't have to traverse the swamp to attack the Israelites. They were already on the other side of the swamp. So that's how they did it. Essentially, they were already there. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next one here is from Playa Nam. I'm not going to even try to pronounce this. For $10, is that Romanian? I don't know. But thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, who are these Semites who remained in Egypt from 1830 until its abandonment in the 19th dynasty? The Israelites entered Egypt in the 17th dynasty, and that's correct. They did. There were some Semites that first started occupying the Nile Delta around 2100 BC. So the earliest, essentially what happened was that at the end of the Old Kingdom, you had the end of the Neolithic wet period. And there was basically, what's today the Sahara was a savanna. You know, we don't think of it today as being a place where there were a lot of animals. But the Sahara actually, at one point, sustained animals coming up to the edges, encroaching to Egypt. We do have records of giraffes and wildebeest and lions and hyenas, all, rhinos even, all moving in on the Nile Valley, during that Neolithic wet period. And likewise, the Sinai was a lot wetter than even the Sahara was. And Sinai had, grasslands and forests. Well, today it doesn't have any of that. So at the end of the Old Kingdom, all that's drying out. Libyan tribesmen are finding themselves without food. Semitic tribesmen in the Sinai are finding themselves without food. So they're all moving to Egypt. And this happens around 2100 BC, is when this starts. And as things get more desperate in the Sahara and the Sinai, more and more people are flooding into the Nile Delta. Some of them are Amorites. Some of them are just Levantines and Canaanites. It was a variety of different people groups. But they're all from that either North Africa area or, say, the Levant. So that's the kind of Semitic peoples that were coming into Egypt prior to the Israelites. In fact, the Israelites are really a second wave of they're really a second wave of immigrants coming in. There was already a first wave that had established. What caused the Israelites to enter Egypt was a general drought and famine that resulted, say, during the Middle Kingdom era. But already before the Middle Kingdom era, during, say, the first intermediate period, there'd already been one round of drought that drove people towards Egypt. So that's who those people were. There were various groups of Libyans, Amorites, Canaanites that came into the land to basically find a better life. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Since lower class Egyptians couldn't afford all the fancy stuff, sucks to be them. Was it expected that they'd be lost to Duat during their 12-hour night journey?
Yeah. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, sucks to be them. Actually, the view seems to have been that as long as they could afford as much as they could, they stood a chance of making it. Now, not as good a chance. Not as good a chance, but a chance. They wouldn't have the benefits of all the spells. But what we find in, say, the tombs of, say, lower class Egyptians is they tended to purchase the best afterlife they could. Like, for example, Shabti figures. Shabti figures are one of the most interesting and class distinct funerary goods. The highest classes of Egyptians had 400 Shabti figures. Okay? We find some lower class tombs where they might have had just 5. You know, they have the box for the Shabti figures, and then a box of Shabti figures will hold 6 figures. But you'll see them like have like 5 figures in the box with the slot empty, and they're all different. They're all different figures. You know, in these sort of tombs, it's really interesting because you see them where they've bought one at a time. They didn't buy them as a set. They go, okay, I got the box. I can afford one right now. Let's pay for one right now. 2 years down the road, they buy a second one, and so on. So they're basically piecemealing stuff. Like, for example, they won't buy a whole Book of the Dead. They'll buy basically 1 or 2 spells from the Book of the Dead. I mean, you have like for example, we do the same thing. You know, there's people who buy, you know, the best Tesla that they can afford. Other guys who are still, you know, buying a used Hyundai. Okay? There's a difference in, say, class of automobile. Well, there's a difference in the class of a burial. And you know, that's just one of the things that you have to understand about these sorts of funerary cultures is if they can't afford the whole thing, they will economize. It's true back then, it's true today. You get buried today, it's expensive. I mean, you could spend easily 20, 30,000 on a burial today. But for most people, that's out of their range. So they'll economize in other ways, you know. Get the less fancy casket. They won't go full bronze, they'll go maybe tin or something, aluminum. They'll only afford 1 hearse instead of 3. You know, so there's ways people economize on these things. And they did that back then too. So, you know, we have to keep that in mind as we look at this, is that, you know, yeah, they were hoping that their relatives, you know, get through the afterlife. But, you know, there was still that hope that not having all the fancy stuff, that they still made it. So, there wasn't the expectation that they would be immediately lost. Okay. But they also knew that they also figured that they were at a disadvantage too. So there's that as well. So, you know, the poor were under no delusions that they were at a disadvantage because they didn't have all the spells. Or the Shabdis for a good afterlife. Or the grave goods to keep them fed. what they may do with the best they had. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you again for the super chat. Which games did your PhD ruin for you? Are all Assassin's Creed games a struggle? If Tomb Raider, how about Uncharted? I love those games. All right. The ones that the PhD ruined for me were the ones that had any sort of Egyptian or archaeological bent. Okay. So all the Tomb Raider ones were ruined. Assassin's Creed Origins was the only one that was really ruined for me, but I wasn't really a Assassin's Creed player to begin with. So Uncharted I never played. So I've never played Uncharted. The only Assassin's Creed game I've even touched is Origins. I was never really into a huge parkour fan. Now there was a game that I really loved when I played back when I was doing my PhD that was similar to Dishonored. That was it. Dishonored. Loved Dishonored. That was a great game. I love that game. That was a good game. Very few people remember it, but it was a fabulous game. It was a really popular in the year it came out and then sort of kind of dropped off in popularity. But so I never got into Assassin's Creed because I was more into Dishonored. And I never got into Uncharted because I was more into Far Cry. Love Far Cry 3 and 4. I love both those games. As I say, the only ones that they really ruined for me was Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed Origins. So that's really, but again, it just came down to it felt like work. If it felt like work, it's yeah. And both Assassin's Creed Origins and Tomb Raider felt a lot like work. Anything that feels like work, Farmville feels like work because it is work. Yeah, any game that feels like work, I'm just gonna dump. It just is not my thing. If it feels like fun, yeah, I hate The Sims. I'm not gonna. I like Dishonored because I like the vibe of Dishonored. I love that whole whaling town, that whaling culture that they had in Dishonored. I like that. I did not play Far Cry 5. I had heard that they did poke fun at Americans to some extent. I only played Far Cry 3 and 4, but I like both of those. So, but right now I'm playing more Starfield than anything right now. I still play some Fallout and some Skyrim. So those are sort of my perennial go-tos, is the whole Fallout franchise and the Skyrim Elder Scrolls franchise. So those are my go-tos in most cases. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And basically the only games that really ruined for me were the ones that have an archaeological bent, like Tomb Raider. Destroyed the whole franchise for me. And Assassin's Creed Origins. Okay. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much, super chat. The best single piece of evidence for the Exodus. Ooh. I'd say the best single piece of evidence is going to be the Ark of the Covenant. The fact is that the Ark of the Covenant, when you compare it stylistically to Egyptian furniture, it it points to a period of time between Amenhotep III and the end of Dynasty 20. So the fact is that the idea that the Ark of the Covenant could have come at a later period of time does not fit with the iconography. So I think that's a very, very good piece of evidence. I also think the Merneptah victory stela is a great piece of evidence. But there's other pieces of evidence too. It's not just limited to those. The whole abandonment of Avaris, I think, is pretty good. The carrying the bread bowls on the shoulders being something that we find in Egypt very good. The whole vocabulary, Egyptian vocabulary, also is pretty strong. So there's a lot. I don't know if there's one piece, a single piece, because we're really talking about an inductive argument here. So when we talk about an inductive argument, it's really a statistical argument based upon the preponderance of evidence. So this whole idea that there's one piece of evidence that really proves the Exodus is not something you're going to find. And it's not how ancient history works as a methodology. So, one piece of evidence you're not going to find, but if you look at, say, the broad spectrum of evidence, there's some good pieces in there. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries is last one here for the night. For $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on 12K. Good night, y'all. God bless y'all. Well, God bless you too. And thank you for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Okay, the next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, Egyptian vocabularies in the Book of Exodus mostly include minerals. Were Saudi Arabia known for minerals? Thanks and God bless. There was some copper mining done out in Saudi Arabia, but it's not a huge amount. Most of the minerals we find that are referenced in Exodus seem to come from the Sinai itself, and really the western portion of the Sinai. Places like Serebit el-Khatam. There's other mining sites out on the western Sinai as well. What was his name now? Sarah Parkak's husband. I can't remember his name at the moment. He's also an Egyptologist, and he did some Old Kingdom mining sites out on the western Sinai. But a lot of those mining sites are in the western Sinai. Some of them are in eastern Egypt as well, like the Wadi Tumal, not the Wadi Tumal, Wadi Hamamat, another one that's in, say, eastern Egypt. There's a lot of them. The Egyptians were pretty prolific at mining. So as long as you didn't have to go too far for things, they would actually go they would make the effort to do mines. So I don't see the whole idea of Saudi Arabia being a viable place for the Exodus, to be honest. It doesn't fit biblically. It doesn't fit with anything that we have from, say, the Book of Exodus. And frankly, the vocabularies that we find from the Book of Exodus don't just include minerals either. And while there is definitely Egyptian minerals mentioned in Exodus, there's also a lot of other vocabulary as well, such as linen, river, reed itself, like the Sea of Reeds. That's an Egyptian loanword. So I don't think it's quite fair to say that it's restricted to minerals. A lot of place names were Egyptian. I mean, really, that has its own Egyptian etymology as well. So, but Saudi Arabia was really not a place where you went for minerals. Not if you were Egyptian. Too far for the most part. They would kind of sort of restrict. Here's the one thing we have to understand about Egypt too. as a culture. They never strayed far from home. This is one of the things that we have to understand about, say, Egyptian hegemony. That's really unlike the Babylonians and unlike the Assyrians and even unlike the Hittites. You know, those empires would go far from home to do their conquests. Egypt never did this. Even when they could strike the advantage. Like, for example, you know, Tutmosis III in his day was unrivaled in his ability to conquer things. He goes up to Kadesh on the Orontes, conquers that, and he goes, it's enough. I'm going home. You know, he could have continued on right through Mitanni and, you know, brushed it all aside. You know, he had the men. He had the military might to do it. He just didn't have the interest. You know, and this seems to be something that's peculiar to Egyptian hegemony, is they want their holdings that are close to home. If it's close to home, they'll make the effort. If it's not close to home, they won't. So, for them, say the northeastern extremity they'll go to is the Orontes River. After that, they just won't go further. The furthest south they will go is basically Kush. They won't go in far in Nubia. They won't go past the Fourth Cataract, though. They just, it's too far for them. So, you know, once they've conquered Nubia, that's it for them. They won't go to Punt. They never did conquer Punt. Again, no interest. They had Nubia. That was what they wanted. Anything beyond that didn't interest them one bit. So, how do I say this? Their hegemony was really lazy. Okay? It's like, we got enough. That's all we need. So, anyway. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, that's Egyptian holdings for you. I mean, they only went to Saudi Arabia, I think, once, and that was during the reign of Ramses III. That was the only time they ever did any sort of incursion into Arabia. The only time they ever went in there. It was during there was one campaign of Ramses III where they went into Arabia, and that was it. They basically went through there, carved a stele on some rock, and left. So, you know, they never went that far normally. So only one campaign that we know of. Okay, so let's go to the next one here. Next one here is from BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Can you please give a refresher on the history of young Earth creationism, old Earth creationist debate? Young Earth creationists are adamant that all Judeo-Christians held to young Earth creation until the 18th century, and old Earth creationism only exists to facilitate evolution. Thanks. Well, that's just not true. Okay. Young Earth creationism seems to have gotten its start with Seventh-day Adventism. That seems to be where it got its start. Now, that's not to say that there weren't creationists prior to Seventh-day Adventism, but they don't seem to be necessarily young Earth creationists. The whole old Earth, young Earth thing seems to have been one of those topics that was hotly debated during the 17th and 18th century. And it wasn't just hotly debated amongst, say, people who hold to naturalistic theories, but also hotly debated between those who were, say, Bible-believing Christians. People hotly debated this thing. So, it's not true that old Earth creationism exists only to facilitate evolution. And the first identification that we have of, say, young Earth creationism is Mary Baker Eddy, essentially. So that's where you get the origins of young Earth creationism. But again, now you're talking here the 19th century, not the 18th. And really, it was sort of Seventh-day Adventists' reaction to Darwin that they really started going over that in force. So, it's very true that you had old Earth creationists long before the young Earth creationists. That's just, you know, it's not. I think it's a does the view a disservice to say that it only existed to facilitate evolution. It long predates the basically even the evolutionary hypothesis. So it predates Wallace Simpson. It predates Charles Darwin. It even predates Lord Mountbatten. So yeah, there's no doubt that you had these views prior to, because it was one of those things that he has said even amongst creationists that people were. Oh, sorry, you're right. Ellen G. White. Sorry, that was the name of it, not Eddie. Yeah. So it was Ellen G. White that was really responsible for the crafting of young Earth creationism as a codified view. But yeah, she was responsible for all sorts of strange views. A lot we can thank her too for a lot of the strange stuff that Ron Wyatt did too. Oh, help us there. But that's sort of the history. Is that, you always you had creationists, but they weren't necessarily young Earth or old Earth, because it was the spectrum was all over the map. You go back to say even the early church fathers. There were early church fathers that believed in the old Earth, so they would be classified as creationists today, but they're not necessarily young Earth. Some of them, dated the Earth to be hundreds of thousands of years old. So this is just part of the history of the historic Christian faith. And this is why I think, too, that, you can't just say, okay, this is the view that was, that all Judeo-Christians held. I mean, anytime you go to that sort of all Judeo-Christians held to this view until the 18th century, okay, you're at that point going, wait, there wasn't one who held to a different view prior to that? Really? Yeah. But they didn't. Oh, sorry, I'll take that comment from Jamie Russell. Wouldn't preach science church fathers take the genealogy straight forward? They didn't, though. They didn't take those genealogies straight in a literal reading. They didn't do that. So, it was already well known that many of the cultures of the ancient world were much, much older than some of those genealogies would suggest. They weren't that ignorant. So, Darkblade, take a shot every time he says clan. You know me too well.
No, you're reversed.
Dead, huh? But no, they didn't take the genealogies in a literal manner. They were, the church fathers were smart and well read. They knew that there was controversies over the various genealogies. They knew that there were various text variants that existed. So they were smart enough to figure that out even in the first centuries of the Christian era. So there's just no question that the church fathers didn't even take this as straightforward. And a lot of them were well aware of the work done by some of the Greek philosophers on the age of the Earth and what that would represent to, say, genealogical positions such as you find in Genesis 5 and 11. So, what the reformers thought depends. Reformers, though, some yes, some no. Probably more reformers would lean towards a literal reading, but by no means all of them. So you had various views even amongst the reformers on this one. We have to understand too that even the reformers did. I mean, the big debate in, say, the Reformation period was, well, was it 7 days or was it 1 day? That was a huge debate during the Reformation age. But the debate wasn't restricted to that either. There was, as I said, a whole huge scientific debate that was happening during the 16th, 17th century on the age of the Earth. And, Christians were part of that debate. So it's more complicated than I'd think young Earth creationists are letting it on to be. And anytime you take a nuanced debate and try to oversimplify it, that's an issue. That's very much an issue. Okay, so with that said, I want to thank BC for that super chat. We hope we addressed the question. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. Okay, the next here we got is from Jack Ray, who gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Your support really helps the channel, and basically, people love it, and I'm glad they're getting memberships, because it's exciting to see people get excited about the Bible, and when they get a membership and they get involved with the community, it just really is a great thing. And we're so appreciative for what you've done for this channel, and we love it so much. Thank you so very much. Okay. Next super chat here, Scholar with a Sword for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How is your new book coming?
Which book?
Which book? Yes. Yeah, I'm one of those guys who works on several book projects at the same time. And how do I say this? My work style is somewhat similar to Kenneth Kitchen's. Kenneth Kitchen would do 7 projects at the same time. And then as a result, he would produce nothing for a long time, and then all of a sudden, 7 books come into publication all at once. I'm kind of like that. I work on multiple projects at the same time. So while I'm doing my editing, I'm also writing new manuscripts. And then I'm doing proposals. So it's like, I'm working on, I think I'm right now currently working on 3 or 4 projects at the same time. So 5. Take that back. 5 projects at the same time. Yep. That doesn't include the money videos or the scripts or... This is just excluding the channel, okay? 5 projects, excluding the channel, okay? So there's a lot going on, So, so we do appreciate your support, and thank you very much for the super chat. But I have a rough draft of a book that I'm currently editing. I've got a second book which I'm writing. I've got a book proposal that I'm working on, a video game I'm working on, and a second book proposal. So I think it's about 5 projects that I'm working on at the moment. Dean Salazar says, David is the Tolkien of our generation. Well, I do write fiction, okay? I write nonfiction, but I also write fiction. This is one of the things I think Heiser has helped a lot with. And this is one of the things I think is very, very important, is that one of the things Michael Heiser did was he not only worked on nonfiction, but he worked on fiction as well. Because that's your cultural engagement. It's one thing to have all the facts spread out, you know. But if you can't engage the culture, you're not making any traction. One of the things I really, really like about Michael Heiser, I didn't agree with him on everything, okay? So don't take this as a sweeping endorsement of everything he did. But he did his fiction and he did his nonfiction. He did both. And in many ways, it made him a cultural icon. So he not only was, say, known for his engagement of say, the Council of Gods theology, Genesis 6 theology, that sort of thing. He also became known for his engagement of, say, UFO culture through fiction. And I thought that was really, really interesting. Is he was able to engage other groups of people through his fiction. I think it's important that we engage a broad base. Not just those people who they just basically enjoy studying ancient Egypt and the Bible. Yes, I love all you guys. Don't get me wrong. But there should be other outreach as well. A well-rounded ministry should have a broad base of outreach. And I think this is one of the dangers of being a pulpit ministry. One of the dangers of being a pulpit ministry is you become a one-trick pony. You could become the cult guy who knows everything about cults, or the Exodus guy. Yeah, I know. I've become the Exodus guy, but I think there's a danger in becoming the Exodus guy. Did not want to become the Exodus guy. Okay, I just became the Exodus guy. Or say the New Testament guy, the Gospels guy. You become the guy. Okay, whatever that specially is. You can become, say, the intertestamental guy, or say the Book of King David guy. That's the problem with being, say, a specialist in any particular field, is you could become typecast. You could
yes.
Yeah. The processional furniture guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. In fact, it's one of the things about having a PhD is your first 5 years, you're only known for your PhD. You could get another book out there and you won't be known for it for a while. Right now, it's only now that I'm starting to be known as, say, the Ark of the Covenant guy. It's taken that long for that book to have enough traction to be referenced as something else. Bad jokes and puns guy. Yeah, there's that one too.
Actually has fun, which pisses people.
So I think one of the things is that it's important to get others to interested in what you're doing. And that may not be through nonfiction. That might not be through YouTube. That can be through literature, art, music. So I think it's really, really important that we engage the culture through artistic means. This is why I write fiction. This is why I still do artwork. It's because it engages people at a different level. People who might never pick up a Bible and read it might pick up a piece of my fiction and read that. So I owe Michael Heiser a huge debt because he was able to balance both the nonfiction, the serious academic work, and write novels that engage the culture in other ways. Yeah.
But then
Let's answer this question by Harry Stark. Do people even read nowadays? We keep hearing how the children are reading less and less. Yes, actually, they are. One of the interesting things is you look at, and this is one of those things where, you know, the publication industry has been one of those industries that's been predicting its own downfall for generations. Basically, since the 1960s, you hear publishers saying, you know, the publishing industry's doomed. Doomed! 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 You know, no one will ever pay $2 for a paperback. You kidding me? Well, now people are paying like $7 for a cup of coffee. So, the fact is, the sales of fiction books are as high as ever. And you know, you looked at say things like Publishers Weekly, how they talk about sales figures and all that, and the distribution of fiction, like there's been all fiction has its highs and lows. All nonfiction has its highs and lows as well, though. There's some novels and genres that, you know, are popular at one point that cease to be popular. Like you got a few genres that are dead, like the gothic romance, dead genre. Yeah, thank goodness for that. My producer says, "Thank God." Yeah, the gothic genre was really hot at one time. The gothic romance genre was really hot. They couldn't produce enough gothic romance novels. Today, you will not find a publisher that will even print it. I mean, it's it's one of those things. I mean, very few genres go through the highs and lows of that one. From being the hot commodity to being no one will touch it. Isle of Shirtless Books, yeah. um, Science fiction. You know, science fiction is a genre that's had its highs and lows too. But sort of at the height of science fiction, it paid garbage. It was one of the worst paying genres ever. Today, there's less science fiction being published, but it pays a lot better. Well, that's one of those things that, you know, I mean, it was at one point, you couldn't even get a literary agent to represent you for science fiction because pay was so low. It wasn't worth anyone's time to sell it. Today, literary agents are representing science fiction authors because the pay is so much better now. You know, horror genre, same deal. Yeah, horror is big, really big, makes good money. So, uh, so you know, people are reading. People are reading more, and one of the things though that has changed is, in some respects, is how people are reading. Kindle books. Kindle made a huge revival to the whole fiction genre, the whole fiction subcategory. Kindle just revived it. People started reading fiction again with the Kindle. Yeah, my producer says it's just not as satisfying, and I sort of agree with him on that, with her on that. But you know, I like a good, tangible book myself. But yeah, Haystack says, Tony G, bring back fractured fairy tales. My producer agrees. Haystack says, the problem is there are many science fiction writers writing documentaries of their stories, selling it as could be. Yeah, well, you always get those, though. But even that stuff is, sometimes it sells well, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on how good a writer they are. So, again, it's just one of those things where, people are buying fiction. They are buying fiction. Dean Seltzer, where are my Arthurian tales at? Sorry. That fiction, I think, that genre, I think, died with the Gothic romance. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Harry Stark, Gothic romance. Is David referring to Dracula or Frankenstein? No, that's not what's meant. They're not romance. Those are horror. Okay. Think of Gothic romance as kind of like Harlequin romances set in a 17th century castle. That's the Gothic romance genre. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Dean says, I grew up on a dead genre. I'm only 23. Well, hey, I keep telling you, don't read Gothic romance. Terrible. Okay. That was fun. All right, so next super chat here. Let's get to the next one here. Scholar with a sword for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there any good resources on the martial arts of ancient Egypt prior to the Greeks? No. And how did martial aspects affect Egyptian culture? A fair bit. Okay? It is true that the Egyptians practiced a kind of martial art. Now, unfortunately, a lot of Egyptologists of yesteryear were influenced by the classics. Greek and Roman classics. So they tended to interpret, say, the martial arts of ancient Egypt through that Grecian wrestling lens. So not a lot of good work has been done in this field, unfortunately. I did write a paper on this that unfortunately has not been published and should be published at some point. But Egypt has a long history of a martial art, of a kind of art that's more akin to jujitsu than it is to Greek wrestling. But it was something that people did for entertainment. It was something they did for physical training. It was something it was something that people would watch. Foreigners were trained in it. Native Egyptians were trained in it. And it does seem to be one of those things that was that seems to have been more popular in certain areas too. Like, for example, near Beni Hassan, seems to be more popular in that region of Upper Egypt. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Unfortunately, not a lot of good resources on this. There needs to be more. Again, here's one of those things I'd love to write a book on. I'd love to write a book on this. Yeah, make 6 projects I'm working on. I think this one here deserves a book. This one deserves a book. But it's going to take you're going to have to do this book in a way that's a comparative martial art book. So where you take the Egyptian sort of catalog and compare it to, say, a Eastern or Japanese equivalent. Okay. So next one here is from Mechanique for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Can antinatalists be shown sense by philosophy, or are they beyond human aid? Best approach for engaging, or might it not often be worth the debate? I don't even know what this is talking about. I have no idea what an antinatalist is. So that's going to make it this. Let me look up what an antinatalist is, because I have no idea what exactly you're talking. I don't know. What's an anti? Someone who believes that it is morally wrong to have children, or that people should not be encouraged to have children. Okay. Well, I first of all, I think that it's not a great topic to debate on anyway. Um, I mean, the whole idea of not having children is one of those things that I think is in many ways a personal choice. Now, there's two sort of streams of this. One where it's a personal choice not to have children, okay, because they think they're bringing children into a doomed world. They could be right or wrong about that. That's a personal choice. When they start sort of getting into the face of others and saying it's morally wrong for other people to have children, yeah, then they're off their rockers. I don't think this is a topic worth debating over, honestly, because it's all fear mongering. And once you're sort of into that realm of fear, people do silly things based on fear. You know, fear is a strong motivator. It's a very strong motivator. You can manipulate someone a lot easier with fear than you can with greed. So, I mean, if you get somebody afraid, they'll do stupid things against their interests without even knowing it. So, yeah, and they'll do it with great enthusiasm, as my producer says. So, you know, I mean, there's been, say, claims of environmental collapse for 30, 40 years now. Every doomsayer will say it's 10 years away. It's 10 years away. 10 years away. You know, this is sort of it's sort of the same like when you talk to a contractor. How long does it take to build a house? Oh, 2 weeks. How long does it take to restring the Golden Gate Bridge? 2 weeks. How long does it take to fix a pipe? 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks. But you sort of get that same thing with, say, doomsayers. How far away till the apocalypse? 10 years. How far before environmental collapse? 10 years. How long before global warming? 10 years. How long before global freezing? 10 years.
How long before? 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Because the war, while we were
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's just one of those things that it's predicated on fear. I mean, Greta Thunberg was said, "Oh, we're 10 years away from collapse." How many years ago was that now? It's like 5 years ago. We're halfway there. I don't know. I don't know how long she's been. Let's see, when did she first hit the news? You know, it's. Let's look up here. But she's not the first one by any means. Did she make her first appearance here? In 2018. 2018. So yeah, about 5 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago. Yeah, so I mean, if you go by her sort of predictions, you know, we're 4 years away. We're 4 years away. Yeah, I don't think global climate. Yeah. Harry Stark says they keep saying polar bears will go extinct, and they're still there. Oh yeah, and still raiding the garbage dumps in Windsor, Ontario. Polar bear population is increasing. I'm getting more brazen too. Whoa, boy. Yeah, you don't want to go get between a polar bear and their chicken McNuggets. I'll say that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I don't think this is worth debating over. Honestly, I think they're, you know, um, anything that's motivated on fear on that level is just, you know, they're not operating rationally. And if they're not operating rationally, you're just not going to get through with a debate. So the only thing you can do is is you couldn't try to appeal to them on a different kind of emotional level, but yeah. My producer says biblically, you know, the Christ says there'll always be wars and rumors of wars, you know, rumors of famines, etc., pestilences, that sort of thing. You know, those are the birth pangs. The real thing, the real showdown's yet to come. So, you know, basically, the news is always is going to scaremonger these things. Okay, let's take the next super chat here. Expedited history for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did the ancient Egyptians have anything comparable to judicial combat? Gladiators? No. Okay. They didn't have, first of all, they did not have judicial combat. And judicial combat, for those of you who don't know, is when you basically have two aggrieved parties fight to the death or to submission to prove a legal case. That's judicial combat. Egyptians did not have judicial combat. They never did that sort of thing. They didn't have gladiators. They had wrestlers, and that was a form of entertainment. But they didn't have gladiators, so they weren't killing each other for entertainment. So you didn't have any of that in ancient Egypt. That was a Roman thing, but it was not an Egyptian thing. At least it was not an Egyptian thing until the Romans showed up. Once the Romans showed up, well, yeah. Jack Ray, Egyptians had beatings. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they definitely enjoyed the beatings. They certainly loved a good beating. But again, even their application of beatings was not to punish. It was to ensure however they questioned you, they got the truth out of you. Most of the time, when a Egyptian beats you, he beats you before he asks you the questions. It's not like, say, in the West, where you might get threatened to be beaten if you don't answer the questions. Egyptians beat you first. Then they ask you the questions. Didn't matter if you were guilty or innocent. You got the beating anyway. Yeah, Jack Ray. Oh, tenderize the witness. Yeah, pretty much. And if they didn't like the answers, they beat you just some more. Essentially. Or sometimes we even have a couple records of this.
Yeah.
Danny Dement, the beatings will continue even after morale improves. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's a couple instances where they beat a witness, questioned them, thought they were innocent, and then beat them a second time just because he thought they needed it. Info addict, sounds like Egyptians just like beating people. Sounds familiar. Well, yeah, could be. Could be. So yeah, expedited history. No judicial combat, no gladiators, but they definitely would beat you. Okay, next one here again is from Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How do you go about your research? Development of a thesis and execution of a topic that may not be well written on. Generally, when you're doing your research, you typically start with a research question. Basically, you find something, you come across something that sounds interesting, hasn't been written on, you don't know the answer, and you decide, okay, yeah, that's a good topic to do it on. I would occasionally do this when I was, like, for example, when I did my, what's it called? The Green Skin of Osiris paper. I ran across a lot of references to a good putrefaction. That was the weirdest thing I saw when I was reading the Egyptian texts. It was like, what's a good putrefaction? What's good about decay and rotting? Weird. And I saw a footnote in there from Faulkner, and even he said, "Yeah, I don't understand this. This is really strange, and even I don't understand this." So when Raymond Faulkner doesn't understand something, there's something interesting there to go on. So, I started looking into it, and, I found a whole mythology that sort of went into that saying, a good putrefaction. So, but this is how research begins, is you find something that sounds interesting or odd or bizarre, and you don't have an answer to the question. So when you start reading through text and you see something that strikes you as being a little, okay, you don't understand it, but you want to learn. Then you dig into more texts, and more text will bring out a fuller understanding of whatever you're researching. So I typically, when I do my research, I typically look at something that isn't well written on. One of the things I will say, though, is I less and less now do, how do I say this? Groundbreaking work. Okay, I'll say that. It's too hard to get it published. It's really, really, really difficult to get, how do I say, paradigm-changing stuff. Stuff that flips the whole academic. I mean, when I first started research, doing my research, I was the whole into the big questions or interesting questions thing. But I just found that the amount of resistance to getting that published made it not worthwhile. And that's just an unfortunate side effect of doing academic research, is that sooner or later you're going to either start focusing more and more on smaller things, doing that incremental research versus, say, revolutionary research, just because you're not going to get revolutionary research published. Too much resistance to it. So I've given up on, say, doing research that's really revolutionary, and I'm more now focused on, say, incremental stuff. So I try to make sure that my research question is sort of defined enough, small enough, incremental enough that it stands a chance of publication. But also it's also easier to defend. It's easier to write on. It's easier to find the results, as it were. So, I see a couple of follow-ups here that I think are worth talking about here. Let's see this here. You answering Harry Stark, or? Do you want me to answer that? Okay. Harry Stark asks, must all academic papers be published in collaboration with someone who has a PhD plus? No. Academic papers do not require a PhD necessarily to get it published. There are some journals that insist on PhD only publications, but that's not true generally across the board. Most academic publications, most peer-reviewed journals will allow non-PhDs to publish them, but they usually will have to be of a certain quality. And if you have a PhD, it's easier to achieve that quality that allows it to pass peer review. So, oh yeah, I know an Egyptologist that doesn't have a PhD. But I've also known too that, but that was also of a bygone era as well, where those sorts of things were more common. Today, it's very difficult to find somebody who can publish without a PhD. But it doesn't have to be in collaboration. You can do it as an independent researcher with no PhD. It's possible to publish an academic paper without a PhD. It's just more difficult. Oh yeah, there are PhDs that publish crap also. Yeah, that's true. That is totally true. And he follows up, if one only has a master's degree or a bachelor's degree. My first peer-reviewed paper, I only had a bachelor's degree. My first peer-reviewed paper, I had a bachelor's degree. Yeah, you do get those too. The Ron Wyatts, yeah. Graham Hancocks, etc. Yeah, you do get archaeologists without PhD, and it's not always pretty, but like my first two peer-reviewed journal articles, my first one I only had a bachelor's degree. That was the vampire paper. I only had a bachelor's degree at that time when I published that. Yeah. My second one, which was it still was viral. Yeah. Yeah, that one went very viral. Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend. I know there's researchers out there that dream of having the viral paper. Yeah, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I'll say that. You don't make money off of it. It can cause you a lot of grief. Yeah, I would not take the viral paper anymore. I'll give it an option. I take the incremental one every time. breeds a lot of jealousy, threats of lawsuits. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Trust me. Oh yeah, that's right. When that vampire paper came out, we were threatened. um, the publisher got threatened with a lawsuit. Now, not by a lawyer, by the way, so it wasn't a real threat. But um, one of the people named in the paper called up the publisher and basically threatened to sue the paper. Now, this is a vampire, okay? This is one of these big, scary vampire types, and he threatened to sue the publication because his grandmother might find out he drinks blood. His 90-year-old grandma might find out that he's doing kinky things with blood, drinking blood. She told him, well, she might find out, but that's really not our problem. Yeah, he was a very public figure, so it was just like, yeah. So it was just like, what do you say about this? I mean, it's just like, all right. So anyway, let's get back here to the super chats because we still got some to go here. We're getting close to the end of them, but yeah. Ooh. Okay. Next one here is from Jack Ray for who gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you so much. And then we got a couple here from Dean Salazar. Let me see. 32. I gotta go back. 932. Okay, here we go. Dean Salazar for $1. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asked the question. Besides Abrahamic and Egyptian, which religion is your favorite? I can only afford a couple dollars super chats. Well, that's fine. Which religion is my favorite? I don't know. To be honest, vampire religions are still really interesting to me. Very, very interesting stuff. It's an eclectic blend of so many interesting new religious movements that just find it interesting just to read about. I haven't done serious research on that though in years, but it was interesting when I was doing it, I have to admit. Because you got all sorts of different things in vampire religions. You had some Egyptian symbolism. You had some Gnosticism thrown in. Sometimes a little Satan worship. All sorts of different myths would be incorporated. One would say incorporate Lilith. Another one would incorporate, say, embodied souls of demons and angels. So you got all sorts of different, they had some very interesting ethical systems too, which was very interesting. One of the most interesting things about vampire religions that we discovered was they basically all repudiated violence to a T. All of them. All of them claimed non-violence. Yeah. Yeah, my producer points out here that they separated themselves from, say, psychological illness, like no, Renfield syndrome. Yeah, so there was it was a very interesting new religious movement to explore. And what was really so interesting about it is very rarely do you get the opportunity to be the first person to explore a whole new religious movement. This is like waking up one morning and discovering the New Age movement. When you're the first person out there to basically talk about a new religious movement that's separate and unique other movements, yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's a very interesting thing to do because you're basically shaping in some ways what people are going to look at when they come to say view that at a later time. And that's one of the reasons why that article went so viral, is because nobody had ever done anything on this, and frankly, it was a fascinating set of religions. But it's also a quickly changing movement too. It changes so radically, so quickly. It's hard to keep up on it. So it's one of those things that if you did continue to do research in that field, you'd have to probably update a book on that like every 5 years, just because it changes so radically. Like half the cults that we mentioned in that first article don't even exist anymore, but they've also been replaced by 10 more. So, it's a very, very rapidly changing movement. It's got a lot of different components and a lot of moving parts, but it's very interesting because of that. The more for me, the more complicated a religion, the more interesting it is. So if it's got like a complicated history, got a complicated theology, oh yeah, totally fascinating. Totally fascinating. Okay, so anyway, that's the answer to that question. Thank you, Dean, and I hope that provides you the answer. A second one here for $1 again. And the question is, because Israel exists now, are we necessarily going to have the second coming within 500 years or 1,000? We don't know. That is up to God. No man knows the day or the hour. And I don't think we can know. The answer to this is maybe. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. And we're not supposed to know. So, second coming, my personal thought on this is there will be a second coming. This has been the stance of the historic Christian faith, going back to the early church. I think you would need an Israel to predicate a second coming. So I think that is consistent with the idea of a second coming. Dude. 2/23 next Wednesday. I hope not. I don't have my passport ready yet. Yep, maybe our lifetime. Careful. Put it in your schedules now. The time has come. Maybe our lifetime, maybe not. Yeah, we just don't know, essentially. And there's no way to know. Could it be 500 years? Maybe. Could it be 5 years? Maybe. Could it be 5,000 years? Maybe. Just don't know. And we're not supposed to know. We're supposed to be faithful to the end, no matter when the end is. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Harry Stark here asks the member question. Why does David still affirm the deity and messianship of Jesus Christ even after listening to all kinds of critics who are lurking in the shadows? Oh boy, because I know my scriptures. You know, one of the things is once you hear enough critics, they don't really say anything new. You get to a point when you deal with enough people lurking in the shadows is you start recognizing the quality of comments that come from the shadows. And most of the quality of those comments is not very high. So yeah. I believe in the deity and the messiahship of Jesus Christ because that's what the scriptures tell. The Gospels purport the deity of Jesus Christ and his messiahship. And I stand here along with the church fathers who will go into the Old Testament and say, well, does Christ appear in the Old Testament? Yeah, he does. If he appears in the Old Testament, then we have warrant to believe that Jesus Christ was, second person of the Trinity and the Messiah that was foretold to the world. So, yeah, absolutely. And again, most of the critics are not saying anything new. They're not saying anything new. They're not saying anything that hasn't been already addressed over the last 2,000 years. So, yeah, my producer says that's what's so tiring about all this, and yeah, that is absolutely what's tiring about this. It's like they stopped reading the Bible ages ago, so it's the same stuff over and over and over again. So yeah. So anyway, that's why I don't really. That's why I really don't take those that lurk in the shadows all that seriously, because it's not anything new. It's not like they're coming up with brand new ideas that revolutionize how the Bible is read. It's just regurgitating the same stuff that goes all the way back to Celsus. Very little of this stuff has changed since Celsus. Yeah. Harry Stark says the critics are the world's biggest parrots. They are. And yet they think they're revolutionary, profound, deep thinkers. Oh my gosh.
It's like that was about hundreds of years ago.
It's like
this is dusty. This is really
I mean, take for example that recent, what's it called now? Satan's Guide to the Bible. Oh my gosh, they're talking about this stuff as it's something that's being hidden from you. Your pastor's hiding this from you. That we know the truth now. Like all that stuff is old news. It's been known for hundreds of years. Like where have you been? None of that's been hiding. It's like it's the same stuff over and over again. Like nothing has changed. Satan lying to a bunch of kids also hasn't changed.
He's not being shocking.
He's not being shocking or profound or new original there either.
The cartoon may be new. Satan usually doesn't do cartoons.
Yeah. Info addict. The Catholic Church is hiding stuff from you. Oh boy, tell me the 100 millionth time. Yeah. Pretty much.
Thinking original and
Yeah.
new.
Yeah, you know, none of this stuff is new to anyone. So it's like, I mean, it's only new to the most ignorant of Christians. Really. It's only new to them. Those who are in the most grossest form of ignorance is any of this stuff new. Yeah. SDRC 92126 says that Gnosticism again. Yep. Pretty much. Jeremy Fitzu. Satan's Guide is Gnostic in attitude. Well, totally it is. Yeah. But worst of all, it's unoriginal and boring. It's unoriginal and boring. That's the greatest sin of Satan's Guide to the Bible is boring. It's boring because it's so unoriginal. No, it doesn't say anything new. Okay, so with that said, let's get back to the super chats here. But yeah, that's sort of the idea here is it's just, you know, it's none of this is new. None of it's new. None of it's original, and it's all boring because it's just regurgitated. So anyway, thank you for the question, and hope that helped. We've got another $1 super chat here from Dean Salzar. Let's find the question here. Okay. The question is, since Akkad is only a city starting Sargon and ending with the end of the Akkadian Empire, doesn't that narrow Nimrod down? Maybe. I'd have to look into Akkad. And if he's not in SKL, wouldn't he be maybe Ninurta? Again, I'd have to look into this into more detail to really look into this. I haven't really looked into the Nimrod question. It's something I should because I do get a lot of questions about Nimrod. But but anyway, you know, it's just it's one of those things I have to really look into more. It might be, might not be, but again, I need to look at the archaeology of Akkad to really sort of dig into that. So I can't answer this one at the moment because I haven't done the prerequisite work for it. But anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How does one rest in Christ? Also, thank you. Okay. Accept his grace, essentially. His unmerited favor. That's how you rest in him. You know, understand that he's doing the heavy lifting. You can't earn your way to heaven. Can't work your way. Good works won't save you. It's all finished. It's done. Christ has done it for you. It's complete. I love the one of the Gospels where Christ says from the cross, tetelestai. Tetelestai is a Greek word. It's a very interesting Greek word. It means it's finished, but it also means paid in full. When a debt is paid in ancient times, like you take a loan and you pay off your loan. The guy you took the loan from is supposed to basically take your loan document, nail it to the door of your house, and write on it tetelestai, paid in full. Christ paid it in full. He tetelestaied it. So that's how you rest in Christ. You understand? You can't do it on your own. And you don't even try to do it on your own. It's all on Christ. It's all his work. He's the author and perfecter of our faith. We're just sort of going along for the ride. And, that's all you can do here is just say, it's all Christ. It's all Christ. And if Christ presents a good work for you to do, fantastic, do it. But one of the things Christ said is his burden is easy and his yoke is light. And that's because we can't do it on our own. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Dean Salzar for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What geological timeline evidence for a global flood exists? I'm not a geologist. You do find, if I know there are some young Earth creationists who will basically say that the evidence for a global flood is stuff such as like fish fossils found on the tops of mountains, whale fossils found in like the desert. And okay, they got a point there. And you can go almost any part of this world and find pelagic fossils, oceanic species that are on dry land. So that would be much of their evidence for this. Now, you'd get other people who would say that that's non-evidence, except for that these are the shifts of tectonic plates. All right. Well, it is a hell of a shift, but yeah, but I don't get into the evidences for this one way or the other, really. It's not my field. It's not even really my interest, and I think it also sort of is beside the point. So, the text is really not trying to provide you with evidence for a global flood. Is there a global flood? Is there a local flood? I don't think, as I said, that I think that debate is sort of just beside the point. I think the whole idea of that is it's a sacralizing conversion. That the Noah's Ark is meant to create a new priesthood of sacred humans, sacred species that would then go and repopulate the world. Yeah. Yeah. So again, my producer points out that we have mentioned before that all year humanity is going to be in one local area anyway, so a local flood could wipe them all out. So I don't take a side on this one. I just don't take a side on this. I think it's beside the point of the text. I know there's Christians who believe in a global flood. I also know some that believe in local flood. Again, doesn't matter to me one way or the other. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Berman Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Best argument for the truthfulness of the faith. Here's the thing. I'm not really an apologist either, to be honest. I mean, I know there's a lot of apologists out there, and I'm not really one of them. I'm an educator. So for me, whole questions about, say, arguments for truthfulness of the faith, that's a apologetic question. It's not something that I really get into a whole lot. But when it comes to, say, the efficacy of the faith, I would go to the resurrection. Everything has in Christianity has to stand or fall on the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Okay? I think if that can stand up to scrutiny, the whole faith stands. If that can't stand to scrutiny, the whole faith falls. So I think that as far as then the truthfulness of the faith, it really comes down to where do we stand in regard to the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I think the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ is pretty good. Okay. But I'm really not someone to ask on that because I know there's people who specialize in this, and I'm not one of them. I would probably go to the McGrews if that was what I was into more. But that's really an apologetic question. It's not really an educational question. So it's not something I do a lot of. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it's again, it's not something I specialize in. I'm not really a New Testament guy anyway. So when you ask me a new apologetic question about the New Testament, then we sort of are going down a rabbit trail here that I really don't engage a lot in. But I know there are people who do. And Tim and Lydia McGrew, I think, are pretty good in this area specifically. Okay, next one here. Herman Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Howard Phillips Lovecraft? H.P. Lovecraft. Famous for his Cthulhu work. Oh yeah, we had a Cthulhu stuffy once. Yeah, we had to give up the Cthulhu stuffy. Hey, remember, Cthulhu is fetching with pearls. Everything goes with pearls, even Cthulhu. My thoughts on H.P. Lovecraft. Great writer. He was a fantastic writer. He even wrote a short book on writing horrific fiction, which I read just recently, actually. It wasn't horror specifically, but fantastic fiction. And he had some very interesting advice, which is it's all about atmosphere. You know, Lovecraft was a writer that really focused on atmosphere, creating out of words a atmosphere of suspense and just a feeling that you have as you read it. And he says that, you know, Lovecraft said that the whole sort of fantastic genre, whether it's, you know, speculative fiction, whether it's horror, whether it's fantasy, all depends upon atmosphere. Vermin the Trash Rat says, I'm surprised you even know of H.P. Lovecraft. Well, I've read, I used to have the entire collected works of H.P. Lovecraft. And I've read H.P. Lovecraft. I liked H.P. Lovecraft. Great writer. Absolutely a wonderful writer. So, you know, it's not just that he had a mythos. The myth, I mean, people focus on the creature, but it was more than that. I mean, you take his very first story, his very first, The Call of Cthulhu. I think that was called, what was the first story? I think it was called The Call of Cthulhu. It was a very simple premise, which was two guys walking into a deep cave that was supposed to be of this Cthulhu cult, scaring each other silly and running out. Didn't even have the monster in the first one. Yeah, it didn't even have the didn't the monster was the Cthulhu wasn't even in the very first Cthulhu story. But it was such a creepy thing of the two guys walking down the tunnel into the darkness that they not just scared each other, they scared the reader. Yeah. You didn't have an actual monster. Yeah. But it was the suggestion of fear and the atmosphere that facilitated that made it really a compelling story. So I think there's I mean, he was a great writer. Very much would recommend his writings. And oh, his philosophy? I don't know anything about his philosophy. Yeah, I don't know anything about Lovecraft's philosophy. I only know about his fiction. Okay? So I'll have to give that one a pass. Because again, it's not something I don't know much about his philosophy. I only know about his fiction, and that's all I've read of his. Oh, and his How to Write Animal. That I read too. But that's about all I've read of his. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. Unfortunately, again, don't know anything about his philosophy. Okay, the next super chat here is also from the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How do I get an MDiv at International Trinity College? Thoughts on University of Arizona, as I am asking ever since the Logos University super chat. Okay. I don't know anything about International Trinity College. I've never even heard of that school. No, we went to Trinity International University, TIU. But international, type it right. Heard of National Trinity College. I've never heard of. Which one is what you meant? Sorry. Yeah, I don't know which college that is. I've never heard of that college. Oh, did he got it wrong? You mean okay? Oh, the college I went to, Trinity Evangelical Divinity School's where I went, which is often called TIU, Trinity International University. We have to be careful here because there's actually several colleges named Trinity. Some of them are degree mills. Some of them are not. TEDS, or Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, is not a degree mill. It's a reputable seminary. Okay? How you do an MDiv at TEDS is you go to school there. Essentially you apply and you go and you do your 3.5 years there to get your MDiv. Okay. So that's yeah, okay. Trinity International University is Trinity International University is the, how do I say this? It's the undergrad wing. Basically, the school is divided into 3 sub-schools. Okay. You got the Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, and that's what gives you the MDiv. You got a Trinity Graduate School, and then you have a Trinity International University, which is an undergraduate program. You want to apply to Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. That's the one that offers the MDiv. You have to have a BA to do it. So if you don't have a BA, you have to earn that first. I hope you have a BA, okay, or bachelor's of some kind. So you need a bachelor's degree to go there. So you are going to have to get a full bachelor's somewhere else. Or you could do it at TEDS, but I don't necessarily recommend that. I don't think their undergrad is all that great, but their graduate school's really good, especially at the master's level. I would highly recommend TEDS for the master's level. Their master's degrees are excellent. PhDs are iffy. Their undergrads are iffy. But their master's degrees are very, very well taught. Okay. Thoughts on the University of Arizona is, again, that's a perfectly good university as far as I remember. Is that the state one, or does that mean maybe double check on that? University of Arizona. Yeah, that's large grant university, Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, the University of Arizona is excellent. I've actually been on campus. There's a nice campus too. A really nice campus, University of Arizona. Stay away from University of Phoenix. Okay. University of Phoenix is a degree mill, or it's a for-profit university. Really, it's not very good. But University of Arizona, great school. A really, really good school. Okay. So, I would highly recommend, if you want the MDiv at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, you can't go wrong really with that. University of Arizona for your undergrad degree, excellent school too. It's a very, very good school for that. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here. It's from okay, the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. I'm going to laugh every time I see that name. I just think that's the coolest. That's one of the coolest. I love that name. I love that name, the Vermin Trash Rat. Sorry. I absolutely. And the icon is just so cute. It is the contrast, yeah.
Have this very
Yeah, this very sophisticated looking mouse with Vermin Trash Rat. I just love it. I just love it. Okay. It gives me a giggle every time I see it. Okay, he says, my pastor said Moses', Enoch's, and Elijah's ascension to heaven proves the rapture will happen, end quote. What are your thoughts on this overall argument? It's a terrible argument. It's a terrible argument for a couple reasons. Okay. Moses did not ascend to heaven. He died. Okay. So that's a problem with the hypothesis right there. Elijah ascended and Enoch ascended. But just because they ascended doesn't mean you're going to ascend. So it doesn't actually prove a rapture in any way. Second, I think it's a problematic argument because it doesn't actually engage what the rapture is. Which in every text where we find it, we see it as summary judgment. in the case of Enoch and Elijah, they're not being punished. Their ascension is not a punishment. So I think that it's I think it we also the other thing is too, the third thing is there's no connection in the text between Elijah and Enoch and the rapture. There's no connection at all. In order for you to make that argument, there has to be what's called necessary connection. And this is true of any argument, not just this argument. All arguments, if you're to make an argument on one basis to prove a second claim, that first basis has to have a necessary connection to the second claim. This is what's called necessary connection. Enoch and Elijah's ascension in no way has that necessary connection to the rapture. So I think it's a pretty poor argument. And it's poor on a number of grounds. I'm just talking about the idea here, and I'll take that here. Info Addict, so do you believe in a rapture, or are you just talking about the idea? I'm just talking about the idea. Now, I don't think there's going to be a rapture as rapture is defined by dispensational pre-tribulationalists. Okay? I think that what's called the rapture is really summary judgment. And that's a very different concept. We don't find rapture theology in the Christian church until the 19th century. And it's really first popularized with the Scofield Bible, which was published in 1906. It basically has it's another one of these ideas that came out of dispensationalism in North America. North America and England. But it was an unknown concept in Christianity prior to the 19th century. So now we've got a passage that's been historically taken as judgment, as a judgment passage, and then flipping it on its head to basically say that they're coming to collect the believers. Not so fast on this one. Not so fast. So, I don't believe in a rapture as far as it's been defined by dispensational pre-tribulationalism. Okay? But I think there is an event that is described that they're talking about, but we mean two different things. You know, the dispensationalists will say that event is the rapture. I and most of historic Christianity will say that's summary judgment. So, same event, but just interpreted in two different ways. Okay? So, for the sake of this conversation, we're just talking about the idea of a rapture. Okay? So, back to super chats here. Okay, so that's my thoughts on this whole rapture thing. I think it's a terrible argument with Moses, Enoch, and Elijah. And that's about all we can say about this. It doesn't have the necessary connection, even if it was talking about the same thing as Enoch and Elijah, which it isn't. All right, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. Let's stop there too. Jack Ray gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. What was the purpose of the tree of life in the Garden of Eden? Is there any argument to be made that it was never eaten prior to the fall? It seems to be one of those trees that was available to be eaten. There was no prohibition against eating it. On the other hand, it does seem to have a deleterious effect once the fall happened. You know, the whole issue of the tree of life is that they have to be, Adam and Eve have to be escorted out of the garden. Otherwise, they would eat of the tree of life and live forever in that permanently sinful state. That creates an existential crisis, because they would have somebody who is sinful living forever, and if they lived forever, they cannot be redeemed. For a redemption to happen, there has to be physical death. There has to be a finality to one's ability to sin. Without that finality to sin, judgment is ever accruing, and there's no end to it. It becomes a vicious, vicious cycle of life and sin. And I think the purpose of the tree of life in the garden was to provide the antithesis. So you had that tree of knowledge of good and evil, and its antithesis, which is the tree of life, or maybe its complement. The whole idea of being able to live forever is to, in a sense, to not have that basically existential, that was experiential is not what I mean. It's this experiential knowledge of sin. So I don't think there's a good argument here to be made of it being eaten prior to the fall, but it seems to be that, say, Adam and Eve had a contingent immortality leading up to their fall. So they had that contingent immortality that was supposed to, if they had obeyed, lead up to the eating of the tree of life. And then once they ate of that tree of life, that conditional immortality would be changed to unconditional immortality. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Jack Ray, also another 5 memberships. Again, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Again, thank you very much for the super chat and your support of this channel. We appreciate it. He asks, should I be afraid of atheist polemic? If not, why not? I wouldn't be afraid of it. But the question is going to be, there is a thug mentality behind the veneer of atheism, okay? So I wouldn't necessarily fear the polemic. Well, okay, let's not go there, okay? Yeah, I don't think you need to fear the polemic. If anything, expose yourself to some of it. I mean, there's answers to all of it. All of it's been answered. It's not like they're going to give you something. I mean, here's one of the things I think that people do is they recoil from the atheist polemic because they think that, well, atheists are so smart, they're so smart and they're so knowledgeable, and anything they say is going to crush your faith like an egg. Mm-hmm.
They're Gnostics.
Yeah, they yeah, I mean they
My faith.
my producer here's just gone on a rant of her own here.
Yeah, it's another
Yes. She wants the mic and doesn't want to give it back. But yeah, it's. But if you understand that there's nothing new to what they say, that it's all been answered. I mean, you might not have heard the answers before, and then that's perfectly fine. But it's all been answered. It's nothing new. I've been hearing the same objections from atheists for 40 years. Nothing's changed. So I wouldn't fear it. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily antagonize them either. Because frankly, they could be very vindictive. Incredibly vindictive. But, in fact, some of the most vindictive people I've encountered on the internet have been internet atheists. But the polemic itself is not of any real concern, honestly. I wouldn't be afraid of it, but, take it in moderation too. Take it in moderation too. If you are going to listen to some of their arguments, and I think that's fine. Expose yourself to some of the arguments. It doesn't hurt to expose yourself to the arguments. Expose yourself to some of the arguments, and then, figure it out for yourself. Go look up if what they say is true, how it's true, how other people have responded to it in the past. Because frankly, a lot of people have responded to this stuff. Nothing they've said is new. But that doesn't mean you haven't heard it before. And it doesn't mean that they haven't expressed it in a new way or a new package. They might have repackaged it. That's a lot of this stuff. It's not a new objection. It's just repackaged in a different way. So the same objections to their claims apply. As I said before, I don't find their claims to be intelligent. I find them boring. Because it's the same old stuff over and over and over again. Okay. So, we're at 11:30 here, and we're almost through the super chats here. And we'll take some non-super chats and probably call it a night. Okay, next one here is from Richard Clayman for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, my preacher has been saying the ages in the Bible are accurate. I disagree with him about the age of Abraham and Sarah. Wasn't Abraham's father about the same age as Abraham when he had Abraham? Terah was 130 when he had Abraham. Okay? Whereas, say, Abraham is only, I think he's 99 when he has Isaac. Okay? So I think we have to understand here that what's being represented with these ages is the age of clans. And okay, I know the people who are doing the drinking game in the live chat here is gonna get the whole clan thing going here, but I don't think you can really justify that the ages in the Bible are, say, the ages of one person. They're clearly abbreviated toledotes, and toledot is a term for a genealogy. They're abbreviated. They're missing intermediaries. They got honorific transposition. There's a lot of reasons to believe they are not to be read literally. So, given that, and given all that we have regarding, say, the idea of clans, these ages are representative of clans, clan longevities, not of, say, individuals. That would place into a doubt that the age of Abraham and Sarah are really about Abraham and Sarah themselves, but a line of people. Okay, so yeah, and that does raise the point, though, that, you know, when Abraham is told, you know, that he's going to conceive of it, him and Sarah are going to conceive of a child, and Abraham says, you know, who has heard of a man conceiving at such an age? Well, you know, yeah, Terah conceived Abraham at 130. He's older than Abraham when he conceives that child. He's older. At least if you do your math right. So yeah, I think your pastor, you know, okay, respect the guy, but he might not know all the details here. And I think that's an important thing here to recognize, is that, and a lot of pastors are not going very deep in their Bibles either. And I think that's a problem. Like, for example, they'll take the end of Genesis 11 and say, oh, Abraham, you know, Terah was 75 when he conceived of Abraham. But you look at the passage closer and you discover, you know, when you start getting into the beginning of chapter 12, that Terah's really in his 130 at the time. So that does place into doubt the whole idea of a conception of old age being unique to Abraham. You know, well, who's heard of such a thing? Well, apparently your dad did, or your granddad. But then again, too, if we are talking about here the lineage of clans, then yes, all of this now makes sense. You know, Terah was not necessarily the father of Abraham. He might have been the grandfather of Abraham, and I think that's more likely. In the same way, I don't think there's just one Abraham. I think there's a line of Abrahams. So I think there's a lot here that has to be reconciled if we're going to do this. So there's a couple comments here. Info Addict says, I mean, the age when women are less likely to be able to have children is roughly 35 to 40. That is correct. It's not hard to believe that there's some time around those years when Sarah got pregnant. I would agree with that too. So, yeah, I think there's a whole lot here that's, and frankly, Jewish genealogies did this. They dropped intermediaries. That's normal for Jewish genealogies, and Israelite genealogies are no different. Like you take, for example, the genealogy in chapter 6, Exodus chapter 6. You know, and very few people who make this argument that very few people who actually try to argue for the literal reading of Genesis 5 and 11 almost never go to Exodus chapter 6, where similar, there's also genealogy there for Moses. And it's only 3 generations, and each person in that genealogy is in his 130s. And you look at that, and it's like 3 generations. 3 generations. But then it also says, too, that the children of Israel grew numerous and mighty. Wait, with only 3 generations, the Israelites grew numerous and mighty? Quintuplets. Every birth was a quintuplet. Those poor Israelite women. But that's how you'd have to do it. I mean, you'd have to have a fertility rate that's out of this world to get there. So I think that's a real problem when we start talking about these things, is that if you want to keep this consistent with, say, the other passages in Scripture, wow, you're really sort of either gonna stretch this thing to the limits of its credulity, or you're going to have to admit that there's another phenomena at play here. And I think that phenomena has to be that clan identity. Okay, there's a second super chat here from Richard Clayman. So for $10, thank you again for this one. And he says, you mentioned in one of your other videos about historical evidence for Abraham's father. Yes. Any new information on that? No. Thank you and your wife very much for this channel. You all keep up the good work, Doc. Thank you. Basically what we know about Abraham's father comes from a set of letters called the Mari letters. And there's a publication that was done on this by Jack Sasson. He did the publication of the Mari letters. And it's in there that we find the letters to Terah of Urkesh. And Teru of Urkesh. Basically, the biography that we find in those letters is just remarkably similar to Abraham's father. I mean, it's the right time. You know, if we can, we nail Abraham, say, Amarphal Shinar to Hammurabi. The Terah of Urkesh is in the reign of Zimri-Lim of Mari, the last king of Mari, who is conquered by Hammurabi. And there's some things about Terah of Urkesh that are incredibly similar to the Terah story. He's a ruler of a town, and he has to leave. And his son dies in Urkesh. And then he becomes a Habiru, a bum, a wanderer. And he settles in Haran. How much of this has to be how much of this has to be similar for it to be the same? Okay? So you got the right place, the right time, the right biographical details. Even the name and the city is correct, at least to the most important distinctions here. So, yeah, I think the evidence is really, really good that this Teru of Urkesh is Terah of Ur. So, as I said, it's even in northern Mesopotamia, which is where we would expect that Ur to be. So yeah, there's not much going to be new on this because these are relatively old findings. These are old letters, and they've been published. I think they were published in the 1990s. But you can still get those letters. That book, I believe, is still in print. Sasson's book. If you want to read the letters for yourself, there's about 5 of them, 5 letters that Terah of Urkesh sent to Zimri-Lim. But I don't think we'll expect a lot more new findings on that for the time being, just because there's no more new Mari letters forthcoming. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, and the last Super chat here is also from Richard Clayman for $10. Thank you again for the support of the channel. He goes, yeah, well, my pastor believes in early date also. Not surprised. The two go hand in glove. So what do? I guess smile and nod? Yeah, pretty much. It's just, yeah, just smile and nod. You do find that those who believe in a early Exodus date also tend to believe in a literal reading of Genesis 5 and 11. This is an idea called American biblical chronology, and this is one of those things where there's overlap between, say, several ideas. If you believe in an early Exodus date, your chances of also believing in American biblical chronology is exceptionally high. Also, if you believe in young Earth creationism, you also tend to believe in American biblical chronology. This is one of the reasons why you find so many young Earth creationists are also believers in the early Exodus date. So, yeah, the two go hand in glove. You'll find if they tend to believe in one, they also believe in the other. This is why organizations like Associates for Biblical Research, which focuses primarily on the early Exodus date, they also tend to support young Earth creationism. So it's just one of those things that you just, yeah, they go hand in glove, and you're not going to it's really difficult to convince people of this because they've been enculturated to this, and they've been enculturated to this for, frankly, almost a century now. So, well, actually a little over a century, I guess. So, yeah, it's just not going to be something that's going away anytime soon. Info Addict adds here, me and my friend have basically decided to stop going to our young adults class. The level of young Earth creationism, cringe, and superficial theology is utter brain rot. It doesn't help. But a lot of American do teach this. It's taught in a lot of American churches. Yeah, and I think here's one of the things I think is kind of regretful about this too, if I may add. It doesn't have to be brain rot. I think you can teach young Earth creationism in a really intelligent way. It doesn't have to be like this. I remember we were at a Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. Remember that creationist who got up on the stage and he goes, what kind of apples, what kind of plant does an apple grow on? Apple trees. What kind of plant does a pear grow on? Pear trees. And all kids cheer, pear trees. And what kind of plant does grapes grow on? Grape trees. And everyone in the audience is going, oh no, he didn't just say that. No, grapes do not grow on grape trees. The lovely vines, yes, but not trees. Okay? It's stuff like that Saint Rowan hashtag grape trees. Yeah, but this is what's done, say, young Earth creationism harm. Okay, I think you can defend the position. I think the position's defendable. I think it can be even done in an intelligent way. Okay, which is why I don't take a side on this. I don't take a side on this. I think if you are a young Earth creationist, more power to you. I think you're going to have a problem if you're an American young Earth creationist, because of that American biblical chronology. I think that's a problem. I think that's a problem that you can't easily reconcile. But I think, say creationism itself, even young Earth creationism itself, can be defended, but it's not going to be easy. And it's going to take nuance and basically rigor to do it well. Like any position. If you defend any position, it takes rigor and nuance to do it well. So I just think that in some ways creationists have been their own worst enemies here. They didn't need to do stuff that can, bring discredit to what they do. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. We appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Oh boy. Info Addict. Our student pastor made us play a game of whether something was from a Justin Bieber song or Jeremiah. We were our young adults. Keep in mind, well. Ooh, yeah. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for the $5 super chat. We really appreciate that. I think you were probably meaning to do probably another membership, but it came into as a super chat. We want to thank you for that anyway, so we really appreciate that. Next super chat here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you again for that super chat. Why does God love us despite being unworthy? Because he's that kind of God. That's the answer. It's easy to love someone that's worthy. Not easy to love somebody that's unworthy. Here's one of the things that's I think is really amazing is that if God had basically said, I'm just going to judge you all, I'm going to wipe the whole human race out and start over, he would have been totally justified to do that. He would have been in his rights to do it. He would have maintained his justice, his goodness, and all the attributes of being God by wiping everybody out and basically saying, yeah, the human race is done. He would have been completely in his prerogative to do all that. And it would not have affected his attributes one bit. The only difference between that reaction and God loving us is the character of our God. Why didn't he just wipe us out? Because he's not that kind of God. Different kind of God. God of mercy, grace, and love. So, why does he love us? We don't know. He's got no reason to do it. But he does it anyway. Because he's that kind of God. So, there's no reason for it. But that's part of the mystery of God's love. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting another membership. Very much appreciate that. Got a super chat here from Christian Mouse for $5. Good to see you here tonight. Can I get your thoughts on Ezekiel 20, 25 to 26? These are critical verses in the debate on whether or not Orthodox Yahwehism included human sacrifice. Okay, let's take a bet. You look at that. Ezekiel. Versus. Okay. This one up. Okay. And 25. Let's start with actually verse 23. And let's see here. First, actually started 19. I am the Lord your God. Walk in my statutes, and keep my ordinances, and observe them. And sanctify my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. But the children rebelled against me. They did not walk in my statutes, nor were they careful to observe my ordinances, by which, if a man observes them, he will live. They profaned my Sabbaths. So I resolved to pour my wrath against them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. But I withdrew my hand and acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations in whose sight I brought them out. Also I swore to them in the wilderness that I would scatter them among the nations and disperse them among the lands, because they had not observed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths. And their eyes were on the idols of their fathers. And I gave them statutes that were not good, basically not pleasant. Agreeable is probably a better translation here. That were not agreeable, and ordinances by which they could not live. And I pronounced them unclean because of their gifts, in that they caused all their firstborn to pass through the fire, so that I might make them desolate, in order that they might know that I am the Lord. All right. Context, context, context. This is one of those things that I see. I do see this passage being used to justify that Orthodox Yahwehism included human sacrifice. It's really clear from the context of the passage that this is not what's being meant. Context of the passage is that Israel had gone astray. And that, in verse 25, I also gave them the statutes that were not agreeable or good. There's a lexical range here. And ordinances by which they could not live. Okay? So they could not basically they had done all these things. They profaned themselves with idols. And God said, I swore to disperse you in the land because you were disobedient. Verse 26, I pronounced them unclean because of their gift. Gifts were done out of, they presented blemished lambs and, foul sacrifices. In that they caused all their firstborns to pass through the fire, that I might make them desolate. That's not a command to perform human sacrifice. It's a condemnation of human sacrifice. But if you quote mine this, you take just the two passages in isolation, the two verses in isolation, you flip the meaning on its head by taking it out of context. This is not, again, you take this, you start at verse 19 and you work your way down the passage till you get to 26. It is really, really clear that this is a passage that condemns human sacrifice, not a passage that promotes it. Again, this is what you find, though. You find this being used as to say, that God's promoting human sacrifice, when it's exactly the opposite. But the only way you know this is to read the whole passage in context. So, that's my thoughts on Ezekiel 20, verses 25 to 26, is you need to start the reading at verse 19. Get the passage, to get the context. Context is king. I think Heiser said that. Walton said that. Any responsible exegetes is going to say that. Context is king. Without context, you can make a verse say anything. David served Saul. Therefore, tennis is in the Bible. See, I just proved the.
God of love. He's not very good at tennis.
Gotta love, not a good tennis. See but that's the thing is, you can make, if you quote mine a passage, you rip it out of its context, you can make it say anything you want. That's crazy, but yeah, but that's the sort of biblical exegesis that we're getting from our biblical scholars today. Is exegesis that won't even take the context of the passage into account. Jack Ray, well served. You can make all sorts of things, if you take them out of context, say what you want them to say. The old adage, Judas hung himself, go forth and do likewise. That's two passages ripped out of their context to say something completely different. And this is an oldie. This is going back 100 years. It's been in the literature of, why we don't take things out of context. And, Ezekiel 20 verses 25 to 26 is really, really susceptible to abuse, because without the context, you could get the idea here that God is giving the Israelites the command to make their firstborn pass through the fire, when it's exactly the opposite. And this is why I agree with Heiser. Context is king. Without context, you have nothing. You don't have the passage. You got your own interpretation. You're basically turning the passage into an assertion. And you can't reasonably argue that from the context of the passage. So, that's my thoughts on this. Also should basically infer what I think of this idea too, that it's Orthodox Yahwehism is promoting human sacrifice. I think the notion's patently ridiculous. Patently ridiculous, and no responsible exegete would ever do this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. Jack Ray, thank you very much for that one membership. We really appreciate your contributions tonight. It's putting food on our table, and we really appreciate that. Okay, now it's after midnight. We got one super chat left, and any super chats we get after this, we're going to thank you for, but we are not going to answer, okay? And I will take one or two non-super chats, and then that's... Oh, we're going to take BC's as the last one? All right. My producer has called it. All right. Okay. my producer keeps reminding me, we promise you guys 3 hours, not 4. Okay. All right. It was good questions, a great dialogue, but yeah, we should probably call it a night. So, all right. So last question here of the night will come from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, you mentioned some church fathers took an older earth view of creation. Can you remember which ones? If not, best way to find sources. I believe it's Irenaeus that does this. It's either Irenaeus or Hippolytus. I cannot remember exactly which one it is. I think Augustine does too, to be honest. So, but it's more than one of them. That much I remember. But that's who's ringing to mind at the moment. Irenaeus, Hippolytus, and or Augustine. So those are the ones I have recall, believe that way. But you'd have to probably look it up. Okay. And I think there have been some books done on the early church fathers as far as their beliefs on origins, but I can't remember what those books are at the moment. So that's probably going to be the last question then for the night. So with that said, thank you, Jack Ray, for that last membership. We really appreciate the support of the channel. And we're going to call it at this point. So, with that said, I want to thank everyone who donated to the channel, the super chats. You guys did some great questions, again, like usual. And we really, really appreciate your support. I want to thank you so much because your super chats and your contributions through the PayPal account are putting food on our tables and allowing us to continue doing this on a full-time basis. We can't do it without your support, and we so appreciate it. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers and our YouTube membership subscribers who also keep the lights on, keep the equipment running, and pay for our internet bills, which we really, really appreciate. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, who hit that like button, and who subscribe to the channel. We also want to thank everyone who's came out to wish us well on reaching 12,000 subscribers. We couldn't have done it unless you did hit that subscribe button. So we really appreciate it, and thank you so much. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.